So I can save our family from this poverty. I'm gonna put my whole world in your hands. I have to put my
The patient was brought by Red Cross ambulance to one of the hospitals.
in your
Dear participants in the hall and online, distinguished ministers and partners, my name is Kirill Badikin, and I am a member of the management board of Estonian Red Cross, and I'm the crisis manager. It is a great joy to welcome you here today at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on behalf of the Estonian Red Cross and international partners at the Information Day, the Red Cross at the forefront of crises, Ukrainian experience, and Estonia's preparedness. We would like to extend our gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who has given us the opportunity to organize this event in this Jaan Poiska Hall. The goal of the Information Day is to bring together representatives of the state and the Red Cross movement in order to introduce and discuss how, in cooperation, we can strengthen the defense and protection of Estonian population, social affairs, healthcare, and humanitarian preparedness. We do this in an era where the security environment has become unpredictable. And every day we see how important it is that the state and the National Society of the Red Cross has a clear, coordinated cooperation structure. And please allow me to also mention that in the lobby of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, you can also get acquainted with the Ukrainian Red Cross photo exhibition, which highlights the work of the Red Cross during international armed conflict. Also, I would like to remind you that it is possible to follow the live broadcast of today's event on the YouTube channel of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the recording will be available later as well. We also have simultaneous interpretation in the hall. The working languages are Estonian and English, and as to organizational matters and other specification, since we have a very busy schedule, then we're not going to have a separate round for questions and answers. However, everybody has the possibility to continue the discussions during breaks at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or to later turn directly to the Estonian Red Cross. We are very open to continued discussions and cooperation. I wish you, us, a fruitful, substantial day and inspiring discussions. And now let's start with the formal agenda. I would like to pass the floor to the Secretary General of Estonian Red Cross, Mr. Arvi Perv.
Head külalised.
Dear guests, distinguished state, local municipalities, company leaders, partners, and friends from Estonia and abroad, both here in the hall and online. Welcome. Here we are to speak about something that affects all of us, preparedness. Rather, I would say the capacity to prepare. It does not encompass just big crises. We have concerns all the time. When somebody falls, has gone missing, somebody cannot get up, or just needs some understanding and kind words. Just recently, there were drones in Poland and in Estonia. The fighter planes of the neighboring state were in our airspace for 10 minutes. Yes, life continued. My friends continued their daily activities, work and hobbies. This is good on one hand because we will not let fear hold us back in our daily lives, but on the other hand, are we really ready? Can we say that we are prepared? Are we hoping that nothing will happen? Starting from February 2022, the Estonian Red Cross, because of the help of the Estonian residents, we have supported the Ukrainian Red Cross to the maximum of our capacities. And these activities, of course, have also helped us specify our own activities. And here the Ukrainian Red Cross experience has been vital. Before the invasion of 2022, many Ukrainians felt that life will continue as per usual, but when the war arrived, then they found out that people were not ready, not just when it comes to the supplies. Often it's possible to get to the food and the clothes, but what was missing was the knowledge, how to provide first aid, mental support, how to help each other and cope in a society. Now Ukraine has had to go through the pain of learning this. And then we see that the Ukrainian Red Cross's role has become vital in supporting the state and the community. And today we have the honor to listen to Maksym Dotsenko, the Secretary General of the Ukrainian Red Cross. And in recent years, they have been in the front line helping close to 13 million people, a third of Ukrainian population. Maksym has said that after the war, Ukraine is one of the best prepared country and community for any type of crisis. The Red Cross is special. It's a movement that has been recognized as the only humanitarian organization for 150 years with an international mandate to operate in every country. Currently, the Red Cross is represented in 191 countries. The Geneva Conventions are not just words on paper. They also put obligations on states to take the Red Cross's role into consideration in humanitarian issues and preparing for crises. Our grandparents had common sense, the skill to cope with difficulties, raise their own food, help the neighbors, and share the little that they have. This wisdom is also necessary nowadays, but we need to enhance this with the skill set required in the contemporary world. And for this reason, today is important. It's not just an information day or another mini conference. It's an opportunity to lay the foundation together to making sure that the Estonian communities are better prepared for crises, that we don't wait till the disaster has arrived, but we act today. Today's participants care about the future of Estonia, and they have the real will and capacity to secure the future. I don't have a presentation today, only the greetings. Then for a moment, I will ask you to close your eyes and think. What will Estonia be like in 100 years' time? Where will your children and grandchildren be? Thank you. In the Red Cross network, we did this exercise and came to a common conclusion. The foundation of all values is hope. This is a movement that has given hope for more than 150 years and continues to do so for another 100 at least. I hope that today will help us gather our thoughts and find the common direction so that decision makers see that this is the time to contribute to the Estonian Red Cross. The Red Cross is the only humanitarian organization that covers all of Estonia. During crises, we're able to receive and share international assistance and experience, but the work does not take place only during crises. During peaceful times, we need to strengthen cooperation and prepare for the future so we can ensure that during the next crisis, we can support the state and communities to make sure that the Estonian Red Cross is always there and ready to act. Thank you. As Kirill did, I would like to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for their assistance and contribution in helping organize today's event. The highest position in diplomacy is ambassador. I personally believe that everybody who is participating at our seminar today can see themselves as ambassadors of help. Let's contribute into ourselves together, the ambassadors of help. Thank you for being with us, and I wish you a fruitful day.
Aitäh, Arvi.
Thank you, Arvi. Now I will hand the floor over to the Undersecretary for Economic and Development Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Marin Ratnik.
Tere hommikust!
Good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I also welcome everybody watching online. I understand there are considerably more people online than here, but I'm so happy to see so many of you in the audience as well. Like Arvi said, we attended school together with Arvi, and it is great to see all of you at the Red Cross seminar at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we've always been happy to invite you over here for that event. The fact that the core of this debate is the role of the organizations of the Red Cross in preparedness for crisis and resolving crisis. This is a considerable role. I believe that everybody listening to us does not doubt that it is so important, and we are convinced in that as well. And it is important to remember it every now and then, to remind ourselves of that. And this is what we would like to do with today's event as well. As you, the employees of the Red Cross, very often are the first to respond in situations, you are very often the last ones to leave as well, be it offering assistance, restoring family relationships, standing up for the civilians, or helping out with whatever is the biggest need at the moment. Your role is equally important for promoting preparedness, training volunteers, also increasing communities' resistance, and also helping the local governments work together with the volunteers. Estonian Red Cross Society is working very hard daily in order to prepare the Estonian population for the crisis as well. I am sure you all know that the Estonian National Society is part of the Federation of ICRC, which offers international support. in cases of international crisis. The International Committee focuses mainly on the armed conflicts, and they deal mainly in the crisis areas that are most hardly accessible. There was reference to the Geneva Convention already, but your special mandate derives from that as well, in order to provide assistance to these that are victims of the war, and also you are monitoring the prisoners of war and every matter concerned with the war. These are unfortunately topics that we must currently work on as well, and for that you are guaranteed a neutral, impartial status. Your work is difficult, especially in situations where the parties of the conflict violate international humanitarian law willingly and systematically. One of my tasks is to support Ukraine in all non-military issues, including humanitarian assistance, and I have met with the representatives of the International Red Cross in Ukraine, and I've also met with the International Red Cross Federation Committee representatives in Geneva. It is important to understand what is the mandate about and how difficult it is in real life. We as a country are taking clear sides in conflicts, and this is our role because we have foreign policy and we rely on that. Then the Red Cross and its organizations play a completely different role, and I believe this is something that people find sometimes hard to understand. But this is why it is extremely important to hold such a seminar as we are holding today. So we really appreciate all the work that you are doing in your different sectors, and I believe that the seminar takes place at a very right time. The need for humanitarian collaboration in the region is very big due to the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine, and we are very grateful that the Ukrainian representatives have come over here so that we can learn from you in order to improve our preparedness. Our task at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is to guarantee that Estonia in international collaboration is a visible, reliable partner, and we are a visible, reliable partner for the humanitarian organizations network across the world. We support and we promote diplomacy and make sure that diplomacy and political level works together well. We also support the creation of international treaties and abiding by these treaties, and we want to keep focusing on respecting humanitarian law and the obligation to respect humanitarian law in international armed conflicts. I hope that today's discussions will be something that will provide you with a better understanding of what are the issues, the important nuances in international collaboration, what are the different collaboration formats, where are the bottlenecks, but also today would help provide some solutions. I wish fruitful discussions to all of you all throughout the day. I do apologize that I cannot stay here for longer because my job needs to be done outside here as well. But thank you so much for being here, and thank you for organizing this event. Thank you so much. It was a great summary and a great overview. But let us now proceed. Our next speaker is Severine Chappaz from the International Red Cross Committee. And her presentation will tell us about the role of the Red Cross and its mandate and its role in the humanitarian law. This is a direct issue concerning the responsibility of both the states, the countries, and the societies. Mrs. Severine Chappaz, the floor is yours.
Yes, maybe we can switch it on. Sorry. Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone, distinguished members of the Estonian government, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and other institutions here and online as well. Mr. Peter Lepp, President of the Estonian Red Cross, Mr. Avi Päev, Secretary General of the Estonian Red Cross, and dear colleagues from the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. So it's a great privilege for me, on behalf of the International Committee of the Red Cross, to be with you today here in this beautiful city of Tallinn and take the floor to speak about the mandate and role of the ICRC and the national societies under international humanitarian law, at the invitation of the Estonian Red Cross and with the very kind hospitality of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'm very grateful for this gathering, which brings the Red Cross movement and the Estonian government into the same room to take a look at the Red Cross movement mandates and work, as well as the challenges that remains to be tackled in terms of preparedness, as it was also mentioned by the Undersecretary just before, and also in light, of course, of the Ukrainian Red Cross very key experience. Ladies and gentlemen, as we can all witness in the context of security and geopolitical tensions increasing worldwide and in particular in Europe, global military spending is at a record high. Across Europe, states are investing in weaponry, modernizing forces, rearming with a sense of urgencies. The implication of potential large-scale international armed conflicts are increasingly being discussed, and states develop concrete measures to strengthen the resilience of civilian populations against the dangers of the war. The ICRC, as many others, strongly advocate, of course, for prioritizing diplomatic and de-escalation efforts, emphasizing that the pursuit of peace should remain paramount. But at the same time, based on our mandate and expertise, we stand committed to supporting states in effectively operationalizing their international humanitarian law obligations, so as to ensure compliance with the law and minimize sufferings. In addition, in the event of a large-scale international armed conflict, the ICRC and the Red Cross Red Crescent movement in general must also be able to act rapidly in full understanding and respect by the parties of its mandates, principles, and working modality, in order to be able to reach affected persons, such as the prisoners of war and other protected persons, as well as civilians, all those needing humanitarian assistance. So the dialogue and engagement on this issue has already been initiated with your government, the Estonian government, as well with the Estonian Red Cross, of course, the other Baltic, as well as the Nordic governments, their Red Cross societies, and of course in coordination with our partner, the IFRC. Key events have been organized within the last 2 years, with the participation of Estonian government and the Estonian Red Cross. And I think something very important that was mentioned earlier by the Secretary General of the Estonian Red Cross is that memories from the past have resurfaced. Many of you carry family memories and sometimes tragedies passed down by parents and grandparents of what war demanded of people and institutions. And today, for those affected by the armed conflict in Ukraine, these are daily realities. The international humanitarian law was crafted for precisely such situation, and as you know, it was very much taking into account as well the horrors of the Second World War. So this is the subject I will address today. And as you will have seen from the program, my remarks focus on the role of the ICRC and the National Society under IHL. This is what is written here. But addressing this topic today in the current international context means looking mostly at the place of national societies and ICRC in situation of international armed conflicts. So although many aspects are also valid for non-international armed conflicts. So it also requires considering the action of the states, the part they play in preparing their respective national societies, and the way in which the law not only frames but also guides this preparedness. So I will begin with a brief introduction to IHL, to international humanitarian law, in situation of international armed conflict, before addressing how it defines the mandate of the ICRC and the national society. And I will try not to be too legalistic. It's a very legal topic, obviously, but I will try to illustrate with concrete example, in particular drawing from the experience of the ongoing situation of international armed conflict in Ukraine. So I can't decently speak about international humanitarian law without providing you with a very brief snapshot of its genesis and of the origin and architecture of the Red Cross Red Crescent movement. So how did it all begin? So there were elements of law and customs of war that can be traced back to ancient times in many different parts of the world. Yet the codification in the shapes that we know today began mainly in the 19th century. In 1864, the first Geneva Convention for the amelioration of the conditions of the wounded in armies in the field was adopted. And this was a few years after a Swiss businessman, Henri Dunant, found himself caught in the middle of one of the fiercest battles, and you have this very famous painting of this Battle of Solferino, which took place in 1859. So imagine you had 300,000 men engaged in a 9-hour battle, a 15 kilometers front line, resulting in about 48,000 casualties. So this means over 5,000 casualties per hour, which of course defies imagination. So Henri Dunant, who were there a little bit by chance, started to mobilize the people in the neighboring villages to assist the wounded. And when back in Geneva, he took the initiative of the creation of an organization which will become the ICRC, but he also encouraged states to establish the first national societies and to adopt as well further the 1864 First Convention. So this is how the idea of the ICRC, the National Society and International Humanitarian Law, was born in action from a scene of an unbearable human suffering. Years later, in 1819, the League of the Red Cross Society was created, which was focused on peacetime humanitarian work, and which became later what is known today as the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies. So today, we can portray the Red Cross Red Crescent movement in 4 points that you have here on the slides. First, it's 3 components, clearly the ICRC, the national societies, and the IFRC, each with specific and complementary mandates. And the mandate of the ICRC and the national societies are actually defined by international humanitarian law, the statutes of the movement and the resolution of the International Conference of the Movement. The mandate of the IFRC is defined by the statutes of the movements. And IFRC, very specific also expertise lies mostly in supporting the development of the national society and in organizing response to natural disasters and other health emergencies. The second point is that we are talking about a grassroots and global network, 191 national societies, more than 80 million volunteers at community level. Thirdly, we have a humanitarian action which is based on humanitarian principle, notably neutrality, impartiality, independence, and we will come back to this principle because they are extremely important and they're not always well understood. And finally, specificity of the movement is that it reaches out to the states. The 3 movement components meet with states party to the Geneva Conventions during an international conference, such you have the picture here. It takes place every 4 years, and the purpose is to undertake joint commitment to advance humanitarian action. So there is this close coordination between the national societies, the ICRC, the IFRC, and all states in the world. So what is international now? What is more in detail? What is international humanitarian law, and when does it apply? So ICRC is a branch of the public international law, limiting the use of violence in armed conflicts. Now, from 1864 to date, the first Geneva Conventions that I mentioned earlier has evolved into a fully fledged corpus of law, the ICRC that we know today. It's articulated mostly around these 4 conventions, the Geneva Conventions, 3 additional protocols, And it's complemented by several weapons treaties, but also other treaties covering other aspects, such as, for instance, the protection of cultural property, which is also very important during armed conflict. Important point as well, the IHL applies only during armed conflicts. And here I think we have to make a very clear distinction between what we call in Latin jus in bello, so the law in conflict. So basically IHL is a jus in bello, it applies on how war is conducted. And it's very distinct, of course, to what is called jus ad bellum, which refers to the conditions in which states may resort to war. Concretely, what does IHL bring? So IHL seeks to limit the humanitarian effect of an armed conflict by sparing those who do not or do not longer participate in hostilities, and by limiting the means and methods of warfare. So it means that it regulates the conduct of hostilities in introducing the principle of necessity, distinction, for instance, between military objects and civilian objects, but also proportionality. Use of force in an armed conflict has to be proportional compared to the military objectives, and precautioned. It also protects people, objects, essential services, access of humanitarian actors. It safeguards the conditions of internment of POWs. It facilitates the rapid and unimpeded passage of impartial humanitarian relief to people in need. Therefore, it contributes to the definition, of course, of the mandate and role of the ICRC and the national societies. So from there, how should we approach now the state's obligation under IHL in today's context? So here, with your permission, I would like to keep this fast focus on one specific aspect, because the topic of today is very much on preparedness. So I will not attempt to catalog all state's obligation under IHL, but instead I would like to focus on, to highlight what those wartime duty in international armed conflicts imply for now in peacetime. So in terms of state obligation, IHL provisions typically focus on the conduct of hostilities, as well as other obligations, like linked to the deprivation of liberty, collection and care of wounded and sick, management of the dead, and humanitarian access, to mention a few. So all that, of course, to be able to comply once an armed conflict is breaking out, advanced preparation is necessary. So it requires passing legislation, training the military on the rules of war, issuing orders that respect the law, and fostering a culture of accountability. So I will just pick 4 examples to illustrate this preparedness work, because I think it's really the topic of today. So for instance, if we take the issue of prisoners of war, states must plan in advance to accommodate prisoners of war in appropriate infrastructures that would be in conformity with the 3rd Geneva Convention. When it comes to prevent people from becoming missing, states need to plan to set up institutions such as the National Information Bureau to account for protected persons. It means concretely preparing legal basis, but also data system tools. Another example is the protection of civilians. So states must put in place targeting practices that avoid civilian casualties and protect homes, schools, hospitals, and cultural properties. And that is going to be actually the subject of an event co-organized with the Polish Ministry of Defense in Warsaw that will take place in December, and of course to which Estonian authorities, the Ministry of Defense, the armed forces are invited. And finally, my 4th example is about the humanitarian access. Under IHL, belligerents and third states must enable and facilitate rapid and unimpeded humanitarian access to affected population, which means concretely that political, military, and security level relationship between the states, the ICRC, and the national society needs to be established and cultivated well before the conflict erupts. So to this end, ICRC, for instance, needs to establish headquarters agreements in the concerned countries. But also, national society needs a Red Cross law that is comprising all the elements that it needs to operate during armed conflict. The Red Cross emblem must also be protected by law. So, in short, today's approach to preparedness is peacetime preparedness, so that the law can operate tomorrow. And this is why the ICRC attaches great importance to and fully support the Estonian Red Cross engagement with its government to strengthen its legal base and clarify its auxiliary role. Now, if we come to the role of the ICRC and the national society in international armed conflicts, of course, ICRC works hand in hand and in complementarity with national society in most aspects of the humanitarian response in international armed conflict. The knowledge of the national societies, of local realities, their network of volunteers, their territorial presence, make them indispensable partners. And our respective roles are anchored in IHL and very specifically defined by the Geneva Conventions. So when it comes to the mandate of the ICRC, I think it has been mentioned earlier, but basically we have one sentence to define it. The ICRC is an impartial, neutral, independent organization whose exclusively humanitarian mission is to protect the life and dignity of victims of armed conflict and other situation violence, to provide them with assistance and to prevent suffering by promoting the respect of IHL. So the ICRC has been playing a key role in the codification of IHL since its creation. Interestingly, and I think that's something I would like to explain more here, is the 5 modes of action: substitution, support, persuasion, mobilization, and denunciation. So the first 4 modes, except denunciation, can be combined. Substitution, of course, when competent authorities are not able to take measures because they have a lack of means, or they are unwilling, or when no such authorities exist, the ICRC can take direct action in their place and its substitution. For instance, if we provide food to a prison when detainees are severely malnourished. Secondly, support. Of course, the ICRC can provide support when necessary, for instance, by supporting military and civilian hospitals with war-wounded materials. Persuasion. Persuasion is really the favorite mode of action of the ICRC. It consists in influencing, mostly through our bilateral confidential dialogue, the authorities to comply with IHL. Mobilization is meant to seek support through mobilization of third parties. So it can be third states, and here there is also a clear provision in international humanitarian law, in the Geneva Convention, which is the Article 1, actually, of the Geneva Convention, that states have to ensure respect, even if they are not part to a conflict. So they have to influence the parties to a conflict to ensure IHL compliance. But it can be also a member of civil societies and religious groups that can be mobilized if they have a good relationship with the authorities in question. Finally, public denunciation. So when we are faced with an authority which has chosen to neglect or deliberately violate its obligation, the ICRC may decide under very strict conditions to break with its tradition of confidentiality and resort to public denunciation. So here I would like to give you an example of a denunciation that was done in 2007 by the ICRC when we publicly denounced the violation of IHL committed in Myanmar by the authorities against the detainees and the civilians. So we considered there that we were not effectively able to help the affected people and that the denunciation would not aggravate further their conditions. So this is quite exceptional because, unfortunately, in most cases, publicly denouncing would actually make us lose our humanitarian access to people in need and therefore further aggravate their conditions. So this is why the confidential dialogue is our preferred method of working. It's a strategic choice, but it's not an end in itself. And there is also always a potential possibility to denounce. So now more concretely, when it comes to the ICRC role and mandate in international armed conflicts, there are 2 main categories of roles. One is actually a right that is a right of humanitarian initiative. So this right allows the ICRC but it's also actually any impartial humanitarian organization has also this humanitarian initiative right. And it's of course the case of as well the national societies, the Red Cross and Red Crescent national societies. And the right is to offer humanitarian services to the parties to the conflict. But it's subject to the consent of the parties. So the scope of the right is actually deliberately broad, but it has to concern activities geared toward protection and relief of concerned beneficiaries. So it can be humanitarian aid, it can be offering forensic expertise, can be deploy weapon contamination experts. It also can be the ICRC role in making representation to authorities on the IHL obligation. It's what we call the Our Protection Dialogue. But it's also, importantly, when ICRC lend its good offices to the party as a neutral intermediary to implement agreements such as repatriation of prisoners of war or dead combatants or evacuations. And here I took these pictures from the example of Ukraine to illustrate some of these activities. So you have on the top the safe border passage. Since 2023, we have actually facilitated 700 of such safe border passage. There's a repatriation of human remains, which is here with the card at the end, and 55 operations have been actually organized since 2022. And an example of a tripartite meeting with ICRC and the ombuds of Ukraine and Russia that took place earlier this year. So as you will understand, our neutrality, which is often misunderstood, is of course instrumental to be able to carry out this task of neutral intermediary. And this role constitutes, of course, a key added value in comparison and complementarity to other humanitarian actors. Apart from this right of initiative, there are also obligations that are established by the Geneva Conventions and on which ICRC is engaging with the parties. And these obligations are in two main areas. There's the areas of prevention of missing persons. So through the Central Tracing Agency, the ICRC is mandated to prevent people from going missing. So concretely, it means that during an international armed conflict, the Central Tracing Agencies has to collect and centralize information on the identity and the situation of person in the hands of a party to the conflict, such as the wounded, the sick, the dead, and the prisoners of war, and to transmit this to both parties and their families. So a key, and here I think to link it with the obligation of the state, it's important to remind that the key pathway envisaged by the Geneva Convention for this information to be transferred to the Central Tracing Agency is the National Information Bureau that all parties to a conflict have to also establish. And here in the case of the conflict between the Russian Federation and Ukraine, the CTA has received so far 150,000 requests from anxious families not knowing the fate and whereabouts of their loved one. And so far only, unfortunately, but it's already a lot, 14,500 families have received information. The second area where there are clear obligations established by the Geneva Conventions is related to the rights, the ICRC rights to visit prisoners of war and protected persons, wherever they are, to speak with them freely and without witnesses and to bring them humanitarian relief. So while the Geneva Conventions welcomed an initiative by other organizations to carry out also humanitarian activities for the POWs, such visits may never substitute ICRC visits according to international humanitarian law. And here, of course, I have to refer as well to the example that we have in Ukraine. So within the international armed conflict between Ukraine and Russia, since 2022, the ICRC has visited 6,545 POWs, mostly in Ukraine. And of course, that is one of the biggest humanitarian challenges that is faced by the ICRC in this context. We systematic and repeated visits to all POWs is our priority #1. And I can assure you that we are trying and we will continue to do all our best to get full access to the prisoners of war in the context of this conflict. The role of the ICRC in international armed conflicts is actually taking place through 4 main approaches: protection, assistance, cooperation, and prevention. But I won't enter in the details here. I just would like to highlight the cooperation, because it aims to work closely with and coordinate with the national societies. And it includes also the third national societies that are working and operating in international armed conflicts. That's what we call the partner national societies, and of course the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent. Now let me come to the specific role of the national societies in international armed conflicts. So here we have to go back to Solferino, and in Solferino, Henri Dunant was struck by the absence of medical services to assist armies. And this realization led him to call for the creation of a system to care for wounded soldiers on the battlefield. So national societies were originally created to serve as auxiliaries to the military medical services in times of armed conflicts. And over time, their role has expanded to cover a wider range of humanitarian activities in both peacetime and armed conflict, both as part of a wider conception of their auxiliary role to public authorities and on their own initiatives. An important point to know as well is each national society must fulfill strict conditions in order to become a member of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. And in particular, it must be recognized by its own government as a voluntary aid society. It must be constituted on the territory of a state party to the Geneva Convention and use one of the recognized emblems, and of course, respect the fundamental principles. Auxiliary to the public authorities in the humanitarian field, national society must also maintain sufficient autonomy to act with this humanitarian principle and to continue to work with retaining the trust of all sides. And here again, I think we would like to highlight the importance of the respect of neutrality and impartiality, which is essential for trust and access to the victims. So the mandate of the work of the National Society in IAC is rooted in the Geneva Conventions, as we earlier mentioned. And I think what is impressive is that more than 40 articles of the Geneva Conventions and the additional protocols make reference to the role of the national societies for the benefit of the people and communities affected by international armed conflict. The role is also defined by the status of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement and in the resolution of the international conference. And as I mentioned earlier, the national societies are also entitled to a right of humanitarian initiative, like the ICRC. And in situation of international armed conflict, they are auxiliary to the public authorities or they act on their own initiative. And they can undertake a large number of activities. So here you have a bit of an illustration of the role of the national societies. So for the civilian population, national societies can organize relief operations. They can have also civil defense tasks, such as rescue, evacuation, shelters. And of course, in this respect, I think Ukrainian Red Cross is carrying out very exemplary operations. It can also set up a system to exchange family messages. It can restore family unities. It can assist to civilians deprived of liberty as well. So this is part of the role for the civilian populations. Sorry, there is a little bit of overlap there. So you have this, and then for the wounded and sick civilians, there is a distribution of relief, of course, but also the cooperation with civil defense organization, healthcare system, hospital, ambulances, mobile units, first responder, we mentioned it earlier. And this is also what is very well known about the national societies in international armed conflict. For instance, the Palestinian or the Yemeni Red Crescents that are doing this first responder role. But also, this is what some national society from third countries, such as the Norwegian Red Cross, are doing, and setting up field hospital in situation of armed conflict. So we had such an example, for instance, during the armed conflict, in the context of the armed conflict between Georgia and Russia in August 2008, when the Norwegian Red Cross established a field hospital, but it also is, it's really a wide spread practice by many other national society. And for the wounded and sick combatants, the national societies are also entitled to be auxiliary to armed forces medical service. They can evacuate from combat zone and of wounded and sick, as well as collect and identify the dead. For the combatant deprived of liberty, there is also a role of the national societies, which is defined in the international humanitarian law, which is the possibility of provision of impartial relief for enemies, POW, and also relief parcels for all nationals who are POW, as well as the possibility to assist the National Information Bureau that exists in the country. And here we have the example of the Polish Red Cross and the German Red Cross that are auxiliaries, as auxiliaries to the government, have been given the responsibility to operate the National Information Bureau of their countries. So with this slide, I want to, of course, illustrate and something that we mentioned earlier, but national societies are at the forefront of response to armed conflict, of course to international armed conflicts, but also to non-international armed conflicts. And here we have various examples of all over the world, the Afghan Red Crescent, the Palestinian Red Crescent, the Yemeni, the Ukrainian Red Cross, the Democratic Republic of Congo Red Cross, the Korean Red Cross, that are doing this very important work, either as an auxiliary to their authorities in the humanitarian field or upon their humanitarian initiative rights. So the staff and volunteers of the national societies are among the most exposed, and they often pay a very heavy price with a very high number of casualties. And here I would like to remind you about the fact that in 2024, 32 staff members and volunteers of national societies lost their life in situation of armed conflict, and 18 so far in 2025. So it's therefore very important that, one, their role in international and armed conflict is understood, their mandate enshrined not only in the international law, but also in national legal frameworks. And secondly, that they benefit, as stipulated in IHL, from protection and facilitation from the states to ensure their life-saving and humanitarian work. And it includes, of course, the importance of protection of the emblem. So to conclude, last week, on the eve of the UN High-Level Week, the 6 founding states of the Global IHL Initiative, which is an initiative that was launched by the ICRC together with Brazil, China, Jordan, France, Kazakhstan, and South Africa last year, an initiative to uphold international humanitarian law in war. So the 6 founding states and ICRC issued a joint statement last week calling again for upholding humanity in war. And I think it's a reminder that our work in the region is part of a wider global effort to reinforce respect for IHL in today's conflicts. And as part of the call, they ask all states to consider, among other things, to advance reintegration of international humanitarian law, and as well conflict preparedness. And I think that is a very important point. It brings us again to the importance of integrating IHL and the national societies in all preparedness efforts. So on behalf of the ICRC, I would like to thank you again, to thank in particular the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as well as our colleagues from the Estonian Red Cross for organizing this event today. And for you, for being present here, for being present online and being part and listening to that important topic. But let me also reiterate our readiness and our willingness as the International Committee of the Red Cross to avail our services to support the state and the national society in this very important and timely work of preparedness and integration of international humanitarian law. Ensuring that together we can put an end to the inconceivable suffering and destruction that is the mark, unfortunately, of today's conflict, and also hopefully prevent further tragedies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Suur aitäh. Thank you, Severine.
Thank you, Severine. Now I will hand the floor over to the head of country cluster delegation, Mrs. Christie J. Her presentation will talk about international capability, introducing that. That is how the biggest humanitarian network actually acts in crisis.
Thank you, Kirill.
Suur tänu, Kirill, ja suur tänu Severinile.
My name is Christie J. I am the head of delegation for the country cluster delegation for Poland, Romania, Moldova, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Czech Republic, and Slovakia. And as Severine mentioned, we are one of the three components of the movement. I previously actually served as the director of international humanitarian law for the American Red Cross, and so it's wonderful to now be a part of a different component of the movement and to tell you a little bit more about our work. So, let's see here. For the next couple of minutes, I'm going to give you a bit of an overwork of the work of the International Federation of the Red Cross, how we work primarily in emergencies, our overview of how disaster response, operations and funding works, and then finally the support to the Ukraine emergency and to the Baltics. So the objective of our work generally is to inspire, encourage, facilitate, and promote at all times all of the humanitarian activities by national societies. And we, of course, have 191 member states around the world, with a view to preventing and alleviating human suffering, and, of course, contributing to the maintenance and promotion of human dignity and peace. And this comes from the IFRC Constitution, of course. We provide a number of services to national societies, primarily serving as liaison, coordination, and providing expertise to national societies, giving them assistance in various operations. And we encourage that these national societies are able to be independent, sustainable, and of course recognized for their work under the mandate that Severine explained just a few minutes ago. We also support national societies with risk reduction, disaster preparedness, and relief operations, primarily for large-scale disasters or emergencies. And we coordinate and encourage the participation of other national societies, particularly in these contexts, to safeguard public health,
promote social welfare, and engage in a culture of nonviolence and peace with the appropriate national societies in their roles as auxiliaries to the national authorities. We also have a strong mandate to support humanitarian activities. So we organize, coordinate rather large-scale international relief actions, primarily, of course, to bring relief to victims of armed conflict and internal strife, to also assist in the preparation and development of international humanitarian law, to disseminate this law within the entire country, of course, to emphasize the role of the fundamental principles, as Severine explained, neutrality, impartiality, and independence being chief amongst them, so that the agreements that are concluded with all of the components of the movement can be implemented. Give you a little bit of an overview of the size and scale of the global network of Red Cross and Red Crescent National Societies. Globally, we have 16.2 million volunteers, and you can see this was as of 2023, so there might be a few more than that, obviously, since then, but you can see some of our hotspots in the bigger circles here where we've got quite a large number of volunteers present. And we have approximately 540,000 global staff. I will say there's a little bit of a caveat here. The German Red Cross has 201,000 of those. They operate quite a large number of ambulance services, hospitals, and other health services. So they've got a significant portion of those numbers. But even without the German Red Cross numbers, that's still a quite large scale of staffing and operations. And this is, of course, the largest humanitarian network in the world. There are various levels of IFRC engagement in any sort of emergency response. So primarily, the national societies are chiefly responsible for requesting support, responding to the needs, leading the implementation of these activities when a disaster or an emergency crisis happens. And whether this is sort of a one-off large-scale emergency that is unexpected, or sort of a pattern of emergencies that might happen, a flood cycle or tornadoes, hurricanes, things that they know is going to that are going to happen in any regular natural disaster cycles. Next, we've got the IFRC country or cluster, country cluster delegations, or CCs. And this is the first point of contact for national societies. And we provide long-term support to national societies, plan and coordinate support for disasters when they occur, or to provide regular capacity building, engagement, thematic expertise, and other forms of general support to the operations of the national societies. Then we have our regional offices, and I've got some regional colleagues here with us today, and they are absolutely crucial to support the general strategic direction in the wider region. They also help with requesting or coordinating international support, particularly for disasters or crises that happen in a larger scale area. They also provide a significant amount of technical expertise and guidelines, so they have a number of thematic experts that can sort of guide and support us at the local level, where if something happens that we might not have that local expertise available, they can provide that supplementary support. And then finally, our headquarters in Geneva ensures the compliance with global policies and standards, and also providing some technical support there. So the Secretariat, I wanted to show just a couple of our offices here. We've got different offices around the world, from the Europe Regional Office being the local regional director's office for Europe, which is based in Budapest in Hungary. The Country Cluster Office, we currently cover all of the Baltic states, as I mentioned, Poland, Romania, Moldova, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia, based in Warsaw. And then we've got a number of other delegations, regional offices, and representational offices located around the world. So the Warsaw Country Cluster Delegation was actually initially created in November of 2021. It was originally anticipated to be based in Ukraine, as it was part of the delegation then. Of course, with the outbreak of the conflict in early 2022, the decision was made to move the office to Warsaw. And of course, given the scale of the operations, very quickly the Ukraine office spun off into its own delegation. And so currently, the 8 countries covered by the Warsaw delegation are all of the countries outside, as you can see, of the Ukraine and impacted countries. We have the impacted countries component of that. Hungary is included in the ICRC's regional delegation. It's not included in ours because our regional office is located there. But you can see the fairly widespread geographical reach of the operations that we support. And the work of our delegation primarily is to optimize the Federation's support to national societies, which are responding to the Ukrainian impacted countries emergency appeal, to scale up national societies' service delivery and strengthen their long-term capacities. Before the conflict occurred or really scaled up in 2022, some of the national societies where we work were doing very, very small local-led activities, everything from local food drives to clothing distributions. The size and scale of the operations that have really begun since 2022 has really increased in size and scope since then. And of course, we are working to ensure that the national societies are better prepared to anticipate and to respond to future disasters by increasing their capacity and sustainability. So I wanted to give a little bit of a snapshot on how do we work in operational contingencies in emergency responses. So this is a bit of a global overview of where we are currently. We have 102 what we call DREF operations. I'm going to get to that in a few minutes. So we've got large-scale disaster relief operations that we operate around the world. There are 41 active emergency appeals, so these are really large operations or for emergencies, with 2.2 billion anticipated, CHF 2.2 billion in needs that are needed for those emergency responses. At the moment, we only have about a little over 40% of those needs met with contributed pledges or funds that have been received, and the needs of the populations that are affected by these operations is almost 80 million people. So we do try to support these national societies and vulnerable people around the world by meeting the most urgent needs. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about the international activation tools that we have and how they are activated to give you a little bit more detail of how this process works. So when there is a crisis, a disaster, something that requires primarily international response operations, we categorize it into three colors, really. So if it's a yellow emergency, that means that the national society is fairly well capable of handling it locally. They have the resources, the capacity internally to respond. They might need a bit of funding or remote support, but they're quite well able to handle most needs themselves. There's very little need for international support to be offered, and this might be something like the recent floods in Serbia or population flows in Armenia. For an orange or red operation, this would be a larger scale emergency where a larger number of people are affected. Most likely international expertise or support is needed. The Federation will often step in and sort of help to either respond or to coordinate response. So a recent example of this was the 2024 Storm Boris floods that occurred in Poland, Romania, and the Czech Republic. There were quite a large number of people affected, and some of those operations are just now actually starting to wrap up. A red emergency would be a rather large area and number of people affected, where there's a strong need for international support. This is a major operation, a larger funding need, and so of course the operations for the response to the Ukraine conflict, the earthquakes in Turkey and Morocco would be some of the kinds of examples where this might be needed. And so how does the mechanism work when these crises occur? So the national societies, as we've talked a little bit about, are in the lead for preparing and responding to these emergencies. And then, of course, the country offices or country cluster teams, as the nearest actor to the response, take the primary role to support the national societies and to plan and coordinate where they are requested in delivering IFRC support. And the head of the country office or country cluster delegation would be responsible for the overall delivery of that support to the national societies. The regional offices take the lead in setting and maintaining the strategic direction of the operations, requesting and coordinating international support, of course, as quickly and efficiently as possible. And the regional director is responsible and accountable to ensure that the direction and quality of these operations are provided and that the resources are given to support these. The Federation has a global mandate and the reputation, and the Secretariat in Geneva has the responsibility to provide overall strategic direction for all operations worldwide, and of course to ensure that there's global coherence, compliance with the international standards and policies, and finally to ensure that there's technical expertise and advice and funding, most importantly, for these operations to occur. There's a number of different types of emergency assistance that the Federation can offer. So we have a rapid response register. So these are folks that are pre-qualified, basically. They're on a standing list. So when an operation is required, they can be immediately, sort of told to get on a plane and go to a disaster where needed. There's about 3,000 folks that are on that roster, and they have expertise in one of a number of thematic fields, and they can be deployed within 24 hours. We also have emergency response units. These are specialized teams that can provide support for a particular different cause or type of crises. And then we've got a number of different tools for receiving and fundraising for financial support. And then we've got a number of various forms of technical support and assistance that the Federation can provide. A lot around information sharing, communications, and coordination mechanisms. So there's 6 types of emergency response units. So the WASH, this is water treatment, sanitation, and hygiene. There are water treatment, and they can handle M15 water treatment and distributions for up to 15,000 people. The MSN 20 sanitation and hygiene, and the M40 water. I'm going to if anybody has any questions about the specific activities, I'm going to defer to my colleague Andreas, who's here today, to answer any specific questions on what those WASH operations could look like. But just to note that we do have 19 different WASH units that are readily available. Our logistics teams organize logistics in the field. They manage the arrival, clearance, storage, and distribution of relief items. The logistics team also arrives for the arrivals of other emergency response units. The relief teams, they provide support in resource or cash distributions, and they support the host or receiving national society to run and update relief operations, to gather data around the targeted peoples who are going to need those relief operations, registration, and then to plan and assist for setup for food, cash-based interventions, and household items. These can be anything from emergency shelter materials, and they also produce relief distribution statistics and reports. Because of course the major issue for many operations is just knowing who is in need and making sure that they have the relief supplies that are required. Our health teams, they provide emergency and public medical care. These are mobile clinics for primary care, health care. They have PSS modules, emergency clinics for outpatient care. They have a hospital for inpatient acute medical care, for surgeries. So there's quite a number of different kinds of health provisions that can be provided. There's a base camp, so making sure that all of the folks that are coming in have a place to live and to work. Anything from sleeping quarters to showers, washing facilities, food, and office services. And finally, IT and telecom, so making sure that they have adequate communications set up in order to reach out to other international organizations or headquarters back at home to make sure that they can adequately convey the needs that are required. This is a global overview of the kinds of emergency response operations that the various countries can provide. So we've already heard about the Norwegian example, where the Norwegian Red Cross was able to set up a hospital, where we also have a number of other types of ERUs that are available from different country contexts. And so you can see there's many of them here from the Europe context, but quite a few from the Asia Pacific area, from the Americas as well. And of course, the whole goal, of course, is that if these are readily in need, the country who has those resources available most closely can deploy these very, very quickly, and where they could be most immediately launched to support vulnerable populations. Got a couple of photos of what these actually look like. So this is a field hospital that can be operated. This is an ICRC field hospital, and Severine might be able to tell me if she recognizes the context more than I do. Yeah, possibly, yeah. This is a water sanitation and hygiene location to provide clear water. So you can see some of the larger, they look like swimming pools almost, but those are clean water facilities. And this is one of our warehouses where we've made a huge amount of progress in the past few years for the standardization of items. So when people receive support, they get standardized kits, and we are aligned on what kind of items and equipment that the National Society can expect to receive, that these items are up to date, they aren't expired, they're good quality. And so in any emergency operation, a mobilization table is created to identify and communicate to the movement partners, what kinds of goods are needed or equipment is needed, so that the National Society can respond most quickly. The partner national societies can of course, and the ICRC or IFRC can procure and deliver specifically needed items, and of course making sure that that is received very, very quickly. The rapid response personnel, again, we've got about 3,000 of them around the world, and the print is quite microscopic if you're sitting further in the back, but we've got a number of experts on many, many different types of thematic or particular types of qualifications, everything from operating drones to security to protection, gender and inclusion, focus on migration, cash and voucher assistance. So there's the main idea here is that we operate in a counterpart system to enhance and complement the skills that are and resources that are already enshrined within the National Society, not to compete with what is already existing in each country. And of course, the host National Society is in charge. They indicate where extra resources and expertise might be needed. And then the Federation plays a crucial role into coordinating these responses and finding that expertise if it's needed. And some of the partner national societies do stay on long term. So in Ukraine, for example, there are 17 partner national societies who are present, providing anywhere between 5 and 400 million US dollars worth of support per year. I'll give you a little bit of an example here, and my colleagues from the Ukrainian Red Cross might tell me if this is still up to date. But you can see in a very wide geographic region across Ukraine, there are quite a few different partner national societies operating, as well as the ICRC, providing different kinds of support. So the little icons will show the different types of support that is offered depending on what the local needs are. Again, these needs are defined by the host national society, and then the partner national societies can step in to support as much as possible. So I wanted to give a little bit of information about what does it look like when international funding is needed, and where do those support resources come from. And this is, again, to specifically focus on the international funding, whereas domestically, national societies might receive funding from a lot of different areas. So if there is a big emergency appeal, a red operation or beyond, there are, of course, very, very large public appeals for funding for those operations. The Ukraine and impacted countries would be an example of one of those, and there were contributions from governments, from Red Cross and Red Crescent national societies all around the world, even from private individuals. Anyone can donate to those emergency appeals. We also have thematic multi-year platforms and projects, and this could be anything from public health to climate and disaster related funding resources. Many of these come frequently from the EU, for example. And then we have what we call pooled funds. So these are standing monetary funds, such as the DREF, which I'll go into in a little bit more detail in a minute. And so these can be accessed at any time when an emergency occurs. So the main donors, of course, include, as I mentioned, the European Commission, governments of the US, Switzerland, Germany, Japan, the UK, Sweden, Italy, and Ireland, and many national societies from around the world, of course, contribute as well. So what is the DREF? I've been talking about this for a few minutes now. The Disaster Relief Emergency Fund is a large, as I mentioned, pooled fund that is contributed to by governments, by national societies, that exists to support any sort of large or medium to large scale operations. At the moment, it has the goal of reaching a funding pot of about 300 million Swiss francs, so that we can support up to 100 million in distributions per year by this year. The goal, as it originally was established in 1979, was to be able to respond to emergencies when they occur. And in 2018, there was a note that not only is responding to an emergency when it happens important, but also for pre-planning, for preparation types of emergency operations. When we know, for example, that there's a flood cycle every year, there's a hurricane cycle every year, and there are certain activities and things that we can do to pre-position ourselves to make sure that certain activities or resources are already available, so that when the crisis does occur, we can respond immediately. And the goal is to focus on the provision of life-saving support and emergency services before and immediately after a disaster. So there's one fund that covers two main pillars. We've got the anticipatory pillar, so focus on preparedness, and then the response pillar. So this kind of shows the timeline of when can these preparation materials start happening. So with the anticipatory pillar, we identify risks in certain regions, and we've decided on certain thresholds that when they are reached, we can take certain actions to prepare to respond. So this way, we are always looking at monitoring the changing landscape and risks. We can do a better job of predicting and preparing for possible emergencies, and the operations can begin much, much earlier and also help prepare for the scale of these emergencies. This can be anything from installing tsunami warning alarm systems, where if you know that there's certain meteorological activities or markers that are hit, those emergency alarm systems can go off. It notifies people head for higher ground, and that way the loss of life and damage can be much, much less. Flood preparations. If you know that floods happen in particular types of year, the buildup of emergency response materials or sandbags, those kinds of things can be done in advance. And so having that funding available to do those types of activities makes the impact of the emergency much less when it does occur. Then we've got the response pillar, where this is the more classic emergency response operations. We have a 2 million ceiling for the red emergencies, a 1 million threshold for medium-sized emergencies. And the idea is that these requests can be launched very, very quickly, so within a matter of hours or days. There's also the slow onset modality. So we know that, for certain types of disasters, if we anticipate that those needs might be available, there can be a 12 to 18 month runway or scope. Whereas with the anticipatory pillar, these are very, very rapid response operations, but the goal is to simplify these processes as much as possible, making sure that deployments can be made of individuals very quickly, that goods and services can be made very quickly, and these can be imminently launched. For the yellow activities, again, these are smaller scale types of disasters where the expertise and the ability to respond is primarily held within the national societies. They've got most of the resources that might be needed, but there might be, a small need for some types of international support. Whereas the orange and red, these are areas where there's a much greater need for an international either support or funding that might be needed, or the launch of the emergency response units for the rapid deployment, and for funding to be launched. So just a little bit on our emergency response cycle. This is a view on the different ways in which some of these international response tools can be launched depending on the disaster situation. So if the national society is able to respond to the disaster or crisis independently, no international tools are launched. We're on standby, we're available to support, but the main work of the operation is done domestically. If the disaster is predictable, again, flood cycles, hurricane cycles, we know that they're going to happen every year. We know what the typical type of damage that they cause are. The early action protocol can be launched to ensure that there is a predictable and timely response. And if we think that the disaster is almost certain to happen, we see a storm, moving across the ocean, and we know that it's going to hit the Caribbean states within 24 to 48 hours. That emergency request can be launched even before the storm actually hits ground. So if the National Society has the capacity to respond but not enough funding, they can launch a DREF request to fundraise from the international community. And if there's an emergency response that requires more than $2 million in funding, then we can launch an emergency appeal. And then after the disaster ends, let's say that hurricane either dissipates or moves on, then of course the work of the emergency response takes place. And let's say there was a $1 million Swiss franc appeal, but only 750,000 was needed, then the remaining balance can either be returned or absorbed into other funding mechanisms to respond to the needs locally. If it's a prolonged crisis, then it can be incorporated into national society's long-term planning. There's also a significant amount of work that is done on preparedness, and this is where my team and my colleague Gabia, who's here with me today, spends a lot of our time working to focus specifically around disaster preparedness in response, or in going hand in hand with response to disasters. So on a daily basis, hopefully in an ideal world, before a disaster occurs, we do a lot of work in pre-planning to help national societies identify key gaps in the current setups, to make necessary preparations before there is a disaster. And one of the key tools that we use here, we call the PAIR, or Preparedness for Effectiveness Response. And this approach helps the national societies identify their current capacities, as well as key gaps, plan for capacity building, and search for ways on how to do this. This is a really, really in-depth evaluation of all parts of the national society's operations and key readiness indicators. So it goes into really, really minute details to understand if something happens, what can be done within the first 24 or 48, first week of response and preparedness. This is also really crucial in helping us to establish pre-disaster agreements with other national societies or with the government. So the more clear that it is what would be the needs and expectations of the government, this is where the national society can best identify how they can prioritize and focus on areas to deliver. And so as my colleague Gabia and our other colleague Novosha are currently working on within the Baltic states, working very closely with governments and the national societies of all three countries to identify what would be the roles of those national societies, how are they already engaging in preparedness discussions, pre-positioning planning, everything from putting together evacuation plans to identifying what materials are available in those warehouses and making sure that they have the adequate stocks on hand in case a disaster does happen. There's also a number of issues that we try to think about to make sure that in case of a crisis that we are prepared, particularly for government cooperation. And so some of the common challenges that we're trying to address currently is to make sure that we avoid, and I want to make clear for this slide here, that this is a lot of the work that we're doing now to ensure that if a crisis does happen, that there would be fewer, or ideally none, no restrictions or delays in customs clearances for relief goods and equipment, that there would not be any imposition of duties, tolls, or taxes for bringing in relief items and activities to occur. Having the right kind of visas so that international experts can come in and provide that level of expertise and support. Making sure that we have recognition of foreign professional qualifications. So a doctor who might be licensed or certified in Turkey, if they were to come to Estonia, for example, would they be legally allowed to provide medical services within the country? And so if we don't have that clarity, if we don't have the legal provisions available, then making, it obviously makes the ability to respond in an international crisis much more difficult. So the main goal here is to ensure that the national society in particular can respond most effectively, but that if ever international support is needed, that we can do so most efficiently. So I wanted to show a couple of figures here, just to show the ability for the collective reach of the operations. So some of these are examples of what we've been able to achieve in Ukraine. So in the community-led health, 1.1 billion people have been reached. Sorry, let me go back here. For our socioeconomic activities, so this would be food or other in-kind assistance, nearly 90 million people have been reached. Vaccinations for COVID, almost 125 million. And you can see some of the really large scale figures here, where it's really important that, not only was the Ukrainian National Society one of the best prepared, but when a massive emergency did happen, that the support of the movement was able to come in to really support in a large scale way here. So when the emergency happened, and this is coming from a 3-year report, so some of these figures are a few years out of date. This is this coalition or the compilation of numbers from 2023, but as of 2023. 13 million people were supported by these operations, and everything from mental health and psychosocial support, migration, healthcare, working on shelter, cash and voucher distribution so people could go and purchase the goods and services that they needed, protection, gender and inclusion. And so you can see the large scale number of folks that were reached all across the country, with the support of 7.3 million thousand volunteers involved across the operation. So federation-wide, you can see in the first year of the emergency, in 2022, nearly 12 million people were reached, and over 7,000 were involved in the operations. And in the impacted countries, so outside of Ukraine, about 3 million people were reached just in 2022 alone. And as of the end of 2024, there have been 136,000 volunteers that were involved in providing various types of support to displaced populations. So a really large number of people involved to support the nearly 560,000 people who left Ukraine and were able to receive support from various partners and the Federation. So the partner national societies in Ukraine, so everyone from the Norwegians to the Americans to the Danish, the Koreans, partner national societies have spent 290 million CHF in Ukraine, which is about 58% of the expenditure in the country. And the Federation has spent about 206 million Swiss francs in Ukraine. And this is about 53% of the entire emergency appeal that was launched. So outside of Ukraine, we've also got a strong amount of support that's been offered. So about 183 million in the 8 impacted or slightly wider number of countries that have been impacted by the folks coming out of Ukraine. We've also got a large number of staff and volunteers who are trained in various thematic areas. So not only did the emergency appeal for Ukraine respond to the urgent needs of displaced people, but it really supported the development of national societies themselves. And so to be able to respond to the existing needs, again, remember some of these national societies were doing very local, small operations, everything from local food banks or local clothing drives. And then, of course, almost overnight, there were these massive needs in local communities. And so we've been able to support the training and development of national societies in certain thematic areas. As you can see, huge numbers of folks trained on mental health and psychosocial support, protection, gender and inclusion, community engagement, migration, volunteer management, disaster management, preparedness, safety, supply chain management. So a very wide number of different thematic activities. And the goal is that to support these national societies to not only develop but improve their capacities, and so that if in future disasters or crises, that not only the Estonian Red Cross but other national societies will be able to adapt and respond immediately. And of course, the Federation is committed to using these resources to develop their the skills and the resources of the national societies as they'll work on their preparedness efforts. So last slide here from me, just wanted to highlight a couple of key figures here. So in the Baltics specifically, over 6.2 million Swiss francs have been allocated to the national societies in the Baltics under the Ukrainian impacted countries emergency appeal, with about 2 million allocated to the Estonian Red Cross. And looking ahead, the IFRC is supporting the Estonian Red Cross and others in applying for additional funding, especially the EU, in both national and private calls for applications. And since 2022, the Estonian Red Cross has been a part of 11 international project applications. 2 of them have been successful, and we're still waiting on 2 more. And we are currently providing the co-funding part for these successful projects. As I'm sure many of you know, there's a requirement for sometimes between 10 and 20% that is required for co-funding. So the Federation is providing that, and of course encouraging national societies to continue to apply and to sustain the capacities that they've really built over the past few years. So I'll end there, but just wanted to say thank you so much, and we are, of course, very excited to be here, to be part of this conversation, and to continue supporting the Estonian Red Cross and many others as the ability to respond and to provide support to the most vulnerable populations here. It goes on. So thank you.
Thank you, Christie. Thank you so much. Võtame pausi.
Now we're going to go on a break for half an hour, and we will continue 2:15. And to all our participants, I would like to say that you too are able to see the Ukrainian Red Cross exhibition. Thank you, and now it's time for the break.
külalised, jätkame.
Dear guests, let us continue.
Meil on erakordne
We have an
võimalus
extraordinary opportunity to hear from a source from the core of the center, from Maksym Dotsenko, the CEO of the Ukrainian Red Cross. He will share with us the experiences and the lessons from the time of IAC, International Armed Conflict. This is a story that will give us a very direct and human view.
Голос Українського Червоного Хреста.
Okay, so this is my, yeah. Thank you very much, Kirill, for such great Ukrainian. I'm sorry I cannot do it still on Estonian, but I promise next time I will be better. But it's quite a task. It's better, you know. I think it's easier to respond in Ukraine than to learn Estonian for me. Yeah. So, colleagues, thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you very much for inviting us. I think, so for us, it's a big honor to be here. For us, it's a big honor to be with you, because we know how, like, actively and with a, like, open heart you support Ukraine starting from 2022, and this is very important for us, you know, to feel this support, no matter this is huge amounts of funding or it's just, you know, like 10 euros for us. From these jobs, we are keeping everything in one ocean of response in Ukraine for people in Ukraine who were suffering because of a full-scale invasion of Russian Federation, which starts from 2022. Today, I will share a bit of lessons learned. I will be probably quite operational, yes. So because I think that the response, definitely this is about strategies, definitely it's about tactics, but this is a lot of very small details which you have to keep in mind, especially during international armed conflict or other emergencies, yes. So we will talk today a bit about the lessons learned, about the preparedness, how Ukrainian Red Cross built together with the partners, with all the movement, the system which really helps us a lot in the during the international armed conflict and during this response. But please don't think that we are ideal. We have still a lot of gaps, and there is no 100% of preparedness to any situation. So we usually, you know, highlight in the successes, but it's still a lot of gaps because the situation in Ukraine is quite difficult, and the main problem for us that this is long-lasting conflict. So 3.5 years. Probably it's better if you know that this conflict will take 3 months, and then you know what to prepare. But so let me start from you know, like from small situational update here. So like you can see that for now we have like a front line of 1,200 kilometers. You see the eastern and southern part of Ukraine, which is still under occupation, and just we try always to put numbers on concrete examples, very visual examples. You see now that Russia occupies approximately 20% of Ukraine's territory, and this is around 110,000 square kilometers. Just for you to understand that it's a bit bigger than South Korea, just in the size, yeah. And now the major problem which we face from the very first days of response. This is the major influx of people from the occupied territories, and you see the green parts on the map. So this is the territory which was deoccupied after after April 2022 and September, November 2022. So these territories, this green parts of the map was also occupied at the beginning of 2022. So starting from February, you can imagine that in 3 days, 5 days, it's better to say a few million, but it's more than 10 million people start to move in 5 days. Yeah, so from their hometown cities, villages, to the central and then western part of Ukraine, and then part of them definitely start to move abroad. And for now, we have around 7 million Ukrainians which are registered as refugees internationally. Probably there are a bit more, because this is about like on the numbers showing on the registered refugees. Yeah, so this numbers as of February 2025, and around 4 million internally displaced people currently in Ukraine, inside Ukraine, and definitely this is one of the biggest category of beneficiaries which we are serving here till now, from 2022 till now. So let me a bit introduce. Our colleague from International Federation showed these numbers. Yeah, so and 13 million people who received assistance from the Ukrainian Red Cross Society. So this is the data for the end of 2024. But we, for now, we not changing this big number. This is a significant number for us. Why? Because it's almost every second civilian in Ukraine. So we continue and support the same people, because they this long-term crisis, long-term international conflict not mean that you provide support to one person and then you forget about this person. Yeah, so this is the same people we are supporting. So like you can imagine, if it's like 4 million people IDPs. Yeah, so like these people need support from us on constant basis. Yeah, so continuous constant basis. So they are beneficiaries of Ukrainian Red Cross Society in different activities, starting from livelihood, cash support, mental health, first aid, and others. But you see like that we have 5,000 employees and 10,000 volunteers. So we grow a lot starting from 2022, and just to compare, we were 400 employees and 1,000 volunteers before the full-scale invasion of Russian Federation in 2022. So now, after 3.5 years of conflict, we have 5,000 employees and 10,000 volunteers. We still have the same, more or less the same number of branches. We have 200 local branches, so 24 regional branches and around 180 local branches, which definitely covering all the territory of Ukraine, which is under the control of the government of Ukraine. So we have to admit here that we don't have access to the occupied territories. We're working only on the territory which is controlled by the government of Ukraine. And you can see really some numbers. For us, it's still impressive, because we provide evacuation for more than 300,000 people, and this is this activity, cross-cutting from the very beginning of the conflict till now, because the hostilities are not stopped. Yeah, so and definitely the majority of evacuations was done during the first two months of the conflict, from Donetsk region, Lugansk region, Kharkiv region, a lot from Bucha and Kiev region. So when this it's very difficult part of our history, but for now we continue in the same activities of evacuation of civilians in Sumy region, in Kharkiv region, from Donetsk region, which is not under occupation, because the front line is still moving, not very fast, but it's still moving, moving forward. Yeah, so we still losing a bit of territories, but so the loss of territories is one thing, but then the changing of the way of war, yeah, so changing of the tools of war definitely brings a lot of problem for us, like for example using of FPV drones, which you now know very good about this. So it not allowed to people keeps, you know, like feel themselves safe even in 30 40-kilometer zones from the front line. So like evacuation is still very intensive in Ukraine, and our emergency response teams are one of the best, I can say, from the NGO sector in Ukraine who providing this this support. Definitely this is like southern and eastern parts of Ukraine. So the other problem, definitely this is pollution by the mines, and you see that around 400,000 people were informed about mine risk education, about mine risks, and this is one of the key also activities for us, because this problem really will stay with Ukraine for a long period of time, and I think you know the consequences, for example, of mine pollution in Croatia. Yeah, so it's still there are still problems in 2025 with this. You can imagine how long it will take for us to for the mining processes. One of the biggest numbers, this is 1 million people who received psychosocial support. Nothing strange, to be honest. After 3.5 years, we as a, like civil population, like all people in Ukraine, very much affected mentally, even if you don't feel that you're affected. Yes, so probably you are. This is you know, quite kind of art in Ukraine to provide people with this support, because some people really open for this support. Some people think that everything is okay, but at the end of the day, all this, like all let's say society mental health have an impact on all the processes in Ukraine. Yeah, so even on perception of Red Cross, Red Crescent movement in Ukraine. So everything is very interlinked, and we while during the response we have to keep in mind all these linkages, where we can step in, where not, where better, you know, like to step back. So, but we will talk later about this. So, and now let's move to the preparedness itself. Yeah. So. For all of us, for majority of people, you know, like here, I believe in Europe, the war starts in 2022, in February 2022. For us, it starts in 2014. Yeah, let's be clear on this, but the scale definitely was absolutely different. Yeah, and here I have to admit that really the level of cooperation where the movement coordination in Ukraine was on a very high level, because the war starts in 2014, and we were invested a lot by the International Committee of Red Cross, International Federation, partners who at that time was present in Ukraine. It was not a lot, not for now it's 15 partner national societies who are present for today, who are present physically in Ukraine, and of course big delegations of ICRC and IFRC. At that time, before 2022, it was like less scale of interventions, definitely of the movement, but we did a lot. Yes, and here we have to admit like two main, for us, for Ukrainian Red Cross, two main fields of work. This is really the movement coordination and preparations which done by the movement, and definitely the other part, I think why we're here in Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Estonia. So this is cooperation with authorities. Yeah, so this is auxiliary role, and this is understanding for both sides, where it's win-win for this cooperation. Yeah, the same. Now we have absolutely different situation yet, but before 24th of February, our cooperation like with authorities was on the quite okay level. Let's say it like this, but it was not ideal. Yeah, both sides didn't understood, like the really. Well, not the value, but win-win positions, like so. For us, it was very important to be inside, in line with our principles. Yeah, we have to be independent, impartial, neutral. Yeah, for the government, usually you have to show your capabilities. Yeah, so we were not very much capable, let's see, so we didn't have, let's say, we didn't have like big vehicles parked, we didn't have like 10,000 volunteers, a lot of stuff. So, but we tried to show to our government that we need to work together. We have to be prepared, no matter that there is, like, to be honest, 5 months before the war, no one didn't even expected this. Yeah, so the same, like, absolutely honestly, and you heard not once from myself, even like 1 month before the war, I didn't believe that it will happen. Yeah, but then now one of the lessons learned: believe in everything which is really. Even not imaginable for you for now. Yeah, so everything is possible. Yeah, and our main involvement was usually in civil protection together with State Emergency Service of Ukraine, and it's now after like 3.5 years, it showed that it was right direction, because now this coordination and cooperation with State Emergency Service on a very high level. But even before 24th of February, we signed the joint communication and interaction algorithm with State Emergency Service of Ukraine. Yes, so we signed it on national level and then share with a local level. At least it was very, very good to know each other on different on the level of the regions. Yeah, so and it helps us a lot in the future, and of course now. Definitely, we sign a lot of MOUs with our key partners. Yeah, so Ministry of Social Policy, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Veterans at that time. So it gives us an opportunity to be linked, to be connected with the key people who responsible somehow for let's say humanitarian efforts, humanitarian response. And then a lot of preparations was done before the war from the movement and Red Cross, Red Crescent movement side. Yeah, so we established emergency operation center, which start to be a main decision-making body. Yeah, so it starts from few people, but then it grows to a quite comprehensive really decision-making body, which still exists now. Our Emergency Operations Center now manage the emergency pooled fund, which was created after the beginning of the war together with support of all our partners, and they still have the meetings every 2 weeks. If nothing is happening, I mean, like nothing is happening in Ukraine, no massive attacks, no like continuous massive attacks, because like attack on different cities, like missile attacks once per week, this is norm. So if it's became like more often, 3 times during 3 days, so we always calling to Emergency Operations Center, who provide the decisions how to speed up the support in affected regions, or how to change maybe approaches. We create, and this is very important, we create the movement contingency plans on all the levels. So of course, like ICRC have their own contingency plan, Ukrainian Red Cross have their own contingency plan, all the partners at the time present have their contingency plans, but they was created in a close cooperation and coordination to link these contingency plans, and I can say that it helps us a lot, even in identifying the routes of evacuation from the Kiev. If at that period of time, like attack on Kiev was unimaginable, yeah, but but it happened, yeah. And in the worst case scenario, when Kyiv will be under the attack, so we for headquarters we create like few routes and triggers when we use these routes, yeah. So, and to be honest, it helps us to be alive probably now, because at the time when we left Kyiv on 7th of March, if we could make a mistake and choose the other route, so probably I couldn't stay here today, yeah. But so like our security people make a very good decision in very close coordination with the armed forces, and this is very important for the future, you know. Like, so usually we don't have any relations with armed forces, we don't coordinate with them, because for Red Cross, Red Crescent movement, this is somehow, you know, like not related to humanitarian efforts, but coming back to the same words that we have to be connected, yeah, somehow, and you have to understand really the people with whom you have to talk, because it can happen that you need very fast connection with them, because at the time of armed conflict they have all full picture of security information, and we don't have, yeah. So really connection with them save us a bit, yeah. So definitely what we did before the war, we provide the revision of stocks and preparedness of equipment and premises. This is very important, but I think I will not stop on this. Food and NFI stocks prepared in the regions identified as potential transit points for IDP. So we identify the same in our worst case scenario based on available information. We identified 10 regions of Ukraine which could be potentially the victims of attack. Unfortunately, all 10 were the victims, yes, so were the target of attack, and we really provide, starting from 3 months before the war, we provide a lot of support to them, you know, like we check the stocks, yeah, we increase the stocks, we provide the fuel for them, provide some, you know, some very simple things, like these fuel tanks, or like which is usually it's not a problem, yeah. But after, you know, like we just, you know, identify that it was like life-saving, you know, for people to have this external additional stock of the fuel. So it helps a lot, and it saves a lot of lives, to be honest, of civilians during the first wave of evacuation, yeah. Of course, like we intensify our work on first aid trainings. We start to intensify the work of emergency response teams. I will come back to this topic in a few minutes, but emergency response teams of Ukraine, this is the most organized, the most equipped, the most trained, driven force of emergency response of Ukrainian Red Cross. And the majority of photos which you see here in the hall on this like small exhibition, this is the staff and volunteers of emergency response teams. They are driven force, they are direct connected to state emergency service of Ukraine. They like based in all the regions of Ukraine, but I will come back to this. What is very important, it was like to train emergency response teams more, to make them you know, like more effective, to make them more fast, let's say. And then for them we just you know, like the alternative communications channels were created for emergency response teams, but then the same for all the administrative team, like key managers in Ukrainian Red Cross, heads of branches in the regions. Yeah, so we provide, we start to think what will be if internet will be cut. Yeah, so if just cell connection will not be anymore in Ukraine. So we start to work with satellite connection after Starlinks appears, you know, like, but before, to be honest, like Starlink was not very popular in Ukraine and no one didn't understand why you need this. Now without Starlink, it's very difficult to even imagine the communication because it's much better than satellite connection. There are still some risks, a lot of risks when one person can decide that this connection could be cut. So, but this is, we have to use all the necessary tools, and we start to think before the war, like which tools are available and how we can use these tools. And of course, like all the SOPs, all the procedures had to be tested. Yeah, so we provide a lot of simulations for all our staff and volunteers. We provide simulations in how to provide like communication in different scenarios between headquarters and regional heads, between ERTs in different regions, how we will engage them from one region to another, how we will provide evacuation if it will be needed. So, and this is very important. This is all the part of contingency plans. This is all the part of preparedness. It's very boring, to be honest, you know, all this drafting all these policies, SOPs, but then the practice showed that it really helps us a lot, and all the processes regarding business continuity, regarding incident management, which, as I said, very boring, but it helps us a lot to understand beforehand what we will do, how we will relocate, for example, funding from all existing projects to one direction of emergency response. Yeah, and we did it very quickly because we draft, you know, like how we want to do this. Yeah, so at least when the war starts, we were at that point where we can, you know, like refer to drafts which we create, you know, like months to 2 months ago, and we were very effective in this. And all this. So all this work was somehow managed by the movement crisis management group, which we activate in the country. And this movement crisis management group consists from all the parts, all the movement stakeholders in Ukraine. We had meetings 1 per week during the 2.5 months before the war. So all the processes was communicated and coordinated between us, just not to, you know, like not to duplicate each other, and be in line with one stream what we want to achieve. And as I said, like movement coordination mechanism was well functioning. Let's say, yeah. Usually we focused on the issues and the gaps in our movement coordination. Yeah, but this is only because we are living this somehow like bubble of Red Cross, Red Crescent movement. In general, in comparing with other coordination mechanisms now in Ukraine, I think our the most comprehensive, because anyway we are one family, you know, like and we're doing a lot together, and all our activities somehow coordinated from inside here. So keeping in mind like external factors, I think that movement coordination in Ukraine was very good mechanism, was very good before the war. Now it's, you know, like in terms of volume of presence, much bigger, but still on very, very, very high level. So in the moment, then like let's move to the response. Yeah. So the war starts. And it changed, you know, like it changed everything for everyone in Ukraine. It changed the approaches of our work. It changed the movement in Ukraine. It changed the society. It changed everyone's life. So this is absolutely different. It's, you know, like it's divides the life in Ukraine for before and after. And what was the first sign of the war for us, you know, in terms of our cooperation with authorities? So in one day, during one night, we all became the good friends who support and you know, like each other, and really, you know, united by one aim. So at that time there were no Prime Minister, Vice Prime Minister, Director General, or President, or Red Cross. It was one team who tried to support and to do our best, you know, like to avoid worst case scenarios, and at least if it is so, to support people. And everyone was on their front. Yeah, so armed forces on the battlefield, we were on our humanitarian front, and it was really one big family. But you know, it's not enough to be just one big family. You have to coordinate. You have to be in line with the joint strategies, or like if the strategy is changing. For us, we have to inform the government also on different levels. If the government think that we are doing something wrong, not according to the strategy of the government, they informing us and saying, okay, guys, let's reshuffle a bit. Let's do it in other way. And what was the main discover for us? This is that at the very beginning, all international actors had to, regroup their work. Yes, they have to change their approaches. And during the first months and a half, only local actors was on this market of humanitarian support. Yeah, and all the evacuations which I mentioned before from occupied regions somehow was agreed between the two governments. I don't know the details. Yeah, so this evacuation corridors and we usually used to say that green corridors, they were even once they were not fully agreed and secured, and so ceasefire was not reached. Yeah, so it always was under the shellings without any concrete information that, guys, you can feel yourself safe, just go and take people and come back. Yeah, so and all this coordination on evacuation green corridors through the green corridors was on every hour basis, so Office of the President, Cabinet of Ministers, State Emergency Service of Ukraine, National Police of Ukraine, Ukrainian Red Cross on the national level and on the local level, because the work is done in the field level. Yeah, so using of the emblem, a lot of different communications regarding this, using of the volunteers, using even of the uniform. Who can? It was situations when police servicemen asking the uniform of Ukrainian Red Cross, and I'm very proud that even on that level, on the local level, our people were protecting this, avoiding this. Guys, you cannot put under the danger the humanitarian mandate, the people from Red Cross. So, and this is what was done. What was done? The adaptation of the work under these conditions. In the adaptation of work in very changeable environment. Yeah, so the situation was changing, every hour. Yeah, and coming back to that preparations, the needed people in needed ministries, in needed institutions. If you know them, you can be much more faster in adaptation of your approaches in general. Yeah, so in adaptations of your work on different levels, and this really helps us a lot, because we just discussed before the beginning of our event. So on the second day of the war, the Deputy Minister of Social Policy called to me and said, Maksym, so let's open the borders for humanitarian aid for Red Cross. So all humanitarian aid will go to the Red Cross, and we, so it was kind of problem, because all people from all around the world start to bring humanitarian aid to Ukraine. Yes, and to be responsible for even during the international armed conflict, yeah, to be responsible for distribution of this aid and all this in all this volume. So it is quite challenging. So we have to rely on our capabilities here. So, and then if not, we are, but so if it's humanitarian aid, according to the documents come to Ukrainian Red Cross, we have to be responsible for this. But if we cannot follow all the chain of distribution, so we cannot be responsible for this. But the government at that really at that time, on the first few days, they didn't know what to do, to be honest with this. Yeah, and we sit together and agreed on the approach. Yeah, so like literally create the new approach of receiving the humanitarian aid from abroad and then distribution, which was used more than half a year. So I think it's, you know, like it's, then it was changes, definitely. But it's very good example how we as a humanitarian actor, big humanitarian actor, can work together with the government and change very technical things, but which really have the value to all the society. And for now, we till now we distribute more than 65,000 metric tons of humanitarian aid. It's not anymore our you know, like main activity. Yeah, so like it's we leave it you know, like in 2022, 2023, but at the beginning it was very important for Ukraine, this channel of humanitarian aid. Yeah, so to receive all this aid and to distribute, so we from the very beginning we understood that we need to build the logistic chain. Yeah, so like and this is it was quite a challenge for us. So from at the very beginning of the war, because so it's time consuming, it's funds consuming, so like it's a lot of quite a strategic work which has to be done. But so we anyway like create quite a few log hubs, 5 at that point, which really gives us in different locations, the 3 of them on the western part of Ukraine to be as a receiver of humanitarian aid, and then 2 in the central part of Ukraine, which still exists now, just to be the central logistic hubs for distribution of humanitarian aid. And now definitely we're using these hubs still as our stocks for any possible emergency response which could be in Ukraine. We usually used to work in to say that this is emergency in emergency. So we have one big emergency, international armed conflict, and then to be honest, all the other natural disasters, man-made disasters still happening in Ukraine. The floods still happening. Yeah. So and we trying, to manage all, to distribute our efforts according to our capabilities and the needs on the ground. So we provide, we continue providing a lot of support to these 10 regions which was under attack. Even we were able to provide support, financial support only to the Kherson regional organization, which was under occupation till November of 2022. So we found the ways how to provide, to continue funding them. Yeah. So despite the very difficult situation, but it's very important to continue supporting local branches, because whatever we do on the national level, the work, the real work done in the regions. Yeah, so and we didn't have so except of we relocate Lugansk region and Donetsk region because it was very fast occupied. Lugansk region still occupied fully. Donetsk region, there are, if I'm not mistaken, 80% of the territory of Donetsk region occupied, but we had to relocate the regional organizations from there. In other cases, all our staff and volunteers, they stayed at their regions, at their local branches. We tried to motivate them to come to the central part of Ukraine to find the safer spaces, but we very fast understood that they will not do this, and we try to. So from the very beginning, the idea was to evacuate them. Yeah, and the plans was created in such a way, just so we will evacuate our staff with their families, with their volunteers. So But then we just understood that they don't want to go. Yeah, so when they just said, no, guys, so we will be here till the end, no matter with you as a Red Cross or as a personalities and the individuals. Yeah. So, and we start to rethink how to provide the support to them, how to provide more protective equipment, how to provide more vehicles, more funding for them to be able to respond in their regions, because they don't just don't want to go to the more safer spaces. So this is the same one more lessons learned. You have to agree. You have to talk with your local staff also what they plan to do if the situation will be worsening. Yeah, so they want to come to the Western Ukraine, yeah, or they want to stay there and to support their communities, because they from their communities, for that communities, we are community-based organization, and people know each other. They want to support them in very difficult times. Yeah, so the other important, not a problem, so we are lucky to have this problem, but this is spontaneous volunteers. So in one period of time, a lot of people come to Ukrainian Red Cross with the intention to support. And we have to understand that these people don't understand the principles. We are not talking here about neutrality, yeah, so the enemy comes and these people want to fight against this enemy, despite the fact that they are not on the battlefield, but okay, they want to support others, but with zero understanding of the principles of Ukrainian Red Cross Society, in general, the movement, yeah. So it takes quite a time for us, you know, like to build the mechanisms, you know, how to instruct them, how to, to allow to these people to do, or where they can, where their, you know, like engagement have to be limited. So like it's maybe we underestimate this problem, but it takes a lot of time for us, you know, to fix these relations with spontaneous volunteers, and then now we move to another level when even so, you know, like the Ukrainian society after 2014, this is about volunteering, this is about engagement. We still have a lot of volunteers and like who support army, and a lot of volunteers who don't want to be engaged in army support, but supporting the civilians. Yeah, and after every single attack, for example, in Kyiv, you will see on the place of attack like hundreds of people who want to support. Yeah, and at the beginning of this year, after years of quite successful cooperation with State Emergency Service of Ukraine, State Emergency Service management come to us and say, so we are a bit tired to manage these people who don't know what to do on the place of attack. And we now, after 3 years of work with you, we know that you are like quite professional and know how to coordinate with us, what to do, what not to do. So let's agree on new mechanism of coordination. So we allow to Ukrainian Red Cross emergency response teams to be on the place of attack. So we don't give a permission to any other organization or any other person to be, you know, like here, like in front of this stripe. But if we need more people, you coordinate these people. We're saying that like we need extra 100 volunteers, then you invite in these volunteers, you instruct them, you provide PPEs for them, personal protective equipment, you give them the basic knowledge of security regulations here, and then you're responsible for these volunteers, yeah? So for us it was also a challenge, you know, like, so this is quite a responsibility. If something goes wrong, then not the volunteer will be, let's say, guilty, yeah, so like it's a responsibility on Ukrainian Red Cross Society. So we built the system where like our so the most experienced volunteer of emergency response team or the commander of emergency response teams responsible for coordination for 5-7 less experienced volunteers, and then these 5-7 less experienced volunteers coordinate 7-10 other spontaneous volunteers report to each other. So we still building the system, but I can say that it gives us absolutely defined and understandable role in emergency response during the missile attacks. So let's just have to mention that revision of movement coordination structure in emergency and adaptation to the civil agreement to zero happened. Yes, so after our General Assembly and the International Conference in June 2022, I believe we were the first who signed the agreement where we defined the roles who are convener and co-convener in different situations between the movement components, IFRC, ICRC, and Ukrainian Red Cross Society. So I mentioned a bit of the emergency response teams, and really one more time want to emphasize that if you want to be successful in emergency response, in civil protection, you need to have very high qualified people, very trained, experienced, and well equipped. This is quite expensive. This is not easy. It takes time, but only in this case you will be trusted by the civil protection authorities. Yeah, so usually this is how it's happened. In Ukraine, State Emergency Service is a quite big institution, very capable, very much equipped, and it's when you come into them, just saying, so guys, we have a few hundreds of volunteers which want to support you. They say, yeah, good, go and do something, but not don't make a problem for us. Only in case if you support, if you show in your knowledges, your equipment, your assets, they could be very much interested in your support. And then when you not do their job, when you complementary to their job, when we agreed that we are supporting emergency state emergency service, the rescuers of this institution, we're supporting in different let's say activities which takes a lot of time from them, time consuming from them. So they are working directly on rescue, search and rescue, yeah, and we if needed provided support in search and rescue. If not, we are working with victims of attack or other emergency. Yeah, so we providing first aid, we providing transportation to the hospital, we providing mental health and psychosocial support, we providing food, both for beneficiaries and for state emergency service. And so like step by step, month after month, we deserve that trust when the on the local level, first whom state emergency service servicemen will call will be the emergency response team of Ukrainian Red Cross Society. Sometimes we are coming first, even before the SESU, State Emergency Service people, yeah, and if they don't need to be engaged, you know, like in this location, we just call into them and saying, guys, so we are okay here, we will support few people, provide like first aid, and then no need to use your resources and to come to this place of attack. Be, you know, like where you need it more. Yeah, so, and this is very much valued by the Ukrainian authorities when we covering the gaps where they could not be engaged, when we not substitute them, but where we really providing the auxiliary, and in this case, so they really open to work with us. This is the same on different levels, in health sphere, in social protection, but I'm usually focusing, you know, to show this, I'm usually focusing on civil protection and our cooperation with the State Emergency Service of Ukraine. So just emergency response teams for us was established in 2013 to support people during the Revolution of Dignity. So we celebrate, 2 years ago, we celebrate the 10th anniversary of emergency response teams. So for now we have 20 active teams, and 500 trained volunteers which engaged on the permanent basis. Yeah, so like, but in general, we have around 1,000 people. Why? Because this is we have only the head, the commander and deputy commander of emergency response teams, who are the staff of Ukrainian Red Cross. Before the war, they were also the volunteers, but now they manage in a lot of different valuable assets. Yeah, so and like just technically, legally, we need to have someone who responsible for all of this. So we had to bring them to the team and to provide like this official salaries, contracts, and I can say it works. So it works really much more effective, despite the fact that without the work of volunteers, it's impossible to respond. But this, like it said, like necessary evil paid staff have to be anyway, and without this, impossible to respond. Yeah. Definitely, they after the 24th of February, we increased the number of teams. And they gain a lot of experience. So now they really on that level, sometimes on the same level with the state rescuers of State Emergency Service of Ukraine, and even State Emergency Service recognize this, that some of your volunteers and staff are on a very high level. So sometimes we are fighting with them for these people. They always inviting them to the State Emergency Service. Yes, and vice versa. Sometimes people from the State Emergency Services coming to us, and this is quite an interesting mix, by the way, which is helping for better connection in general. In general, now we have interesting situation when we grow in such a fast way. Yeah, so like headquarters was 80 people, a bit more than 80 people before the war, and now it's 650 people. Among our staff, we have 2 former deputy ministers from different ministries, 2 deputy governors from different regions. So I can say that it supports a lot relations between the national, local governments, between these 2 systems of humanitarian organization like we are, and authorities on different levels. Just as one of the lessons learned, definitely for us, if you want to work effectively with the government, you have to understand the mentality of the government, you have to understand the needs of the government and the way of work of the government also. So I came from the government also, so we have quite a few people who are responsible for this, let's say, humanitarian diplomacy, also with authorities, without understanding on all these specific things here, not necessary that you will be the successful. So let's. I see that it's still 5 minutes, and I wanted to leave some time for questions, but I see that there is no time anymore. So lessons learned for emergency response teams. This is support to staff and family evacuations. I said to you before, tell to you that we create the plan, how to motivate our staff to work, you know, like so. And what we discovered that we need to evacuate not only the staff, we need to evacuate also their families. Yeah, and if you want to be successful in taking decisions on the central level, for example, we give an opportunity for all the key decision makers in headquarters, for example, to be together with their families in one place, with their cats, dogs, animals, no matter who important for you. We understood that the person will not be effective in decision making when understand that the relatives, children, family under the danger. Yeah. So, or you have to give an opportunity to the person to take few days to evacuate the family and then come back, or you need to be responsible for this as an organization. So we provide a lot of support to the families. We provide a lot of support in terms of accommodation during the war, in terms of finding the place where they can be, in terms of evacuation from occupied even territories. And the main actor in this was also emergency response teams, and now we have separate unit in our search and rescue service who manage emergency response teams, who are responsible for evacuation in general, because it seems like easy, but it's a lot of different details which you have to keep in mind during the evacuation process, and now they quite good in this. The other problem for emergency response teams, taking into account that this is usually so we have 50-50 men and women among these volunteers, and then men under the danger always of mobilization. So this is very trained, very experienced people, young people usually, who are very interested for armed forces centers here. So we, unfortunately, in Ukraine, we don't have exemption for the volunteers here. So as Ukrainian Red Cross, we receive full exemption for the staff of Ukrainian Red Cross Society. So, but not for the volunteers. Definitely, sometimes in the regions which are where we have the most experienced guys, it's like Dnipro, Zaporizhia, Kharkiv. They have their local agreements with their local authorities. Yeah, so we show in the work, the local authorities really give an exemption on the local level, but on national level we have exemption only for the staff. This is also was one of the reasons why we provide the contracts also for the commanders and deputy commanders of emergency response teams to save them for Ukrainian Red Cross Society. So, to be honest, I described the majority of these lessons learned before, but I will quickly go through this slide. So for you, just to one more time to refresh all what was said before. So the investment in emergency preparedness of the national society beforehand, it's understandable for everyone. Yeah, we need to do this before something is happened. Yeah, joint response plans developed with respective national authorities and clear tasks of national society predefined beforehand. It helps us a lot, to be honest, to understand our place and role in the case of armed conflict or other emergency which could happen. And this is not something new, but to be honest, we always forgetting about this. Yeah, so let's agree what we will do beforehand. So, consideration of digital threats in contingency plan. Yeah, so now we live in a very intensive world, a very digital world, and from the very beginning, even our resources, our site was, website was attacked, more than 100 times per day. Yeah, so what it can bring to us, it can disrupt fully the system of resource mobilization, and this is very important because now the majority of all the resource mobilization for humanitarian response goes online, digitally. So empowering national society in its auxiliary role regarding IHL dissemination towards authorities and population. We discuss a lot this problem. Yes, so we face a problem when no one in the government were not aware about the IHL. I'm not talking even about the public. Yes, so more and more intensive work we have to do with our governments, with our public, to improve the level of understanding of international humanitarian law. And here definitely the responsibility for ICRC and host national society is quite big. Flexible funds for emergency response, emergency pool fund needed. Yeah, so like if something is happening, we all understand that we need to be fast in our response, but without funding, it's impossible. Standard minimum requirements on preparedness on staff and volunteers, including equipment, warehousing, fleet, fulfilled in all regions of the country. So very quickly to say that as I mentioned before, the work done on the regional level, on the local level, so more ready community, more ready your branch, more ready your volunteers, less resources you spend, less time you spend. And this is understandable, I believe, for everyone. And the next point, the national wide disaster risk reduction training program, so which prepared communities to reduction of the risks. This is very important. Strong community, less engagement of Red Cross, more resources to cover the other gaps. Adaptation of movement, its tools and approaches for response provision to the context of Europe with strong government, legislation and advanced digital systems. I think that this is more our internal lessons learned, but we were not ready to the situation when the war comes to the Central Europe, Central Eastern Europe, yes, with quite strong government, with all the systems who are working. We used to work in other contexts, and then at the beginning of our response, we came to the identified the situation when the people from international response coming to Ukraine don't know the reality, what to do in this reality. Yeah, so like when everything is working, banking system is working, internet is working. So we used to work in other realities, but I think we did a great job, you know, like for the future in general. So movement support to focus on national short, long-term interventions instead of small local initiatives. The same, I think, like like we have a massive, massive programs regarding the cash, regarding distribution, regarding other projects and programs, and we identified that our footprint is much more, you know, like valuable when we cover when we engaged in quite broad programs, you know, like covering a lot of beneficiaries at the same time. We a bit saving our resources, and we much more effective in this regard. So, and the same I mentioned, proactive humanitarian diplomacy towards different stakeholders. This is very important. We're forgetting about this sometimes, but I think now it's enough of attention to humanitarian diplomacy. We bring it together on the high level of perception, and we're doing a lot in general. And I think this is the part of humanitarian diplomacy efforts also. So I think I will stop on this. Maybe one mention regarding the place and role of the national society. We can talk a lot about our different agreements with different authorities, but till the time we're included in the legislation base, it's just the words. So we spend a lot of time with State Emergency Service, with other ministries, to include Ukrainian Red Cross Society as a full-scale actor of civil protection system in Ukraine. So when we were able to do this, like separate mentioning of Ukrainian Red Cross, which can be involved in the work on the prevention of emergencies and the elimination of their consequences on voluntary or contractual basis, and this is very important for us for the future. So that's mean that we fully understand our role. We could prepare ourselves to to these tasks, and State Emergency Service and other civil protection authorities understand where we can be engaged and how we can be engaged. So it takes this one yellow like 5 words takes 1 year of work, to be honest, of a lot of different ministries and a lot of bureaucracy. And now, as a result, for example, we in 13 regions we also included on the regional level as a actor of civil protection mechanisms, and we engaged officially, not voluntarily because we want, but officially. So, colleagues, I think I will stop on this. I took 5 minutes more. Sorry for this, but I'm always open to the questions after or during, so up to you to decide as for facilitator. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And sorry for taking the additional 5 minutes.
No. Thank you, Maksym, so much. There's a lot to learn from you, and thank you for being here. Jätkan
I will continue on behalf of the Estonian Red Cross, and I will introduce the activities of the Estonian Red Cross and crisis preparedness. I will provide you with a short overview of the Estonian Red Cross, our role, our mission, and our activities. The history of the Estonian Red Cross starts on the 24th of February, 1919, when the government approved the statutes drawn up by Hans Leesment. During the time of the War of Independence, the Red Cross helped both on the front line and also in rear. On hospital trains, more than 43,000 wounded and sick were taken care of. With scarce resources, we had to find creative solutions. For example, bed linen was made of white bread flour bags, because nothing better was available. In order to prevent the spread of infectious diseases, sauna disinfected trains were used where a soldier could disinfect clothes and also could exit clean from the other end of the train. After the War of Independence, work for the sake of beneficiaries continued. First aid centers were opened, welfare homes were founded, care homes for the military veterans were founded, and also orphanages were founded. The Estonian Red Cross was also the provider of ambulance and water rescue services in Estonia, but the coup d'etat in the year 1940 interrupted its activity for decades. In 1992, the membership of the Estonian Red Cross was restored in IFRC, and ever since the organization once again is an inseparable part of the Estonian society. By now, we have more than 100 years of experience, and we are a partner to our country, to the communities in crisis, in healthcare, and in supporting beneficiaries. Our role. Estonian Red Cross is an internationally recognized humanitarian partner who always acts impartially and neutrally. This means that our main role is to support the Estonian state and the society, no matter what the political or other deliberations are that differentiate people. Our activities are based on Geneva Conventions and international humanitarian law that oblige a country and give us a mandate to be part of crisis preparedness and civil population protection. Our strength lies in a pan-Estonian network of volunteers and local societies who are able to reach the people in need in every community. This is what makes us a partner for which the support of the state becomes something that the people can really benefit from. At the same time, we introduce international experience, partners and resources into Estonia. We do not act alone, but we are a part of the global Red Cross and Red Crescent movement that convenes more than 190 countries. This gives Estonia access to skills and assistance that no country alone can provide. Therefore, our role is clear. Help coordinate assistance both in cases of civil crisis and also in armed conflicts. Be the bridge between communities, the state and the international partners. Estonian Red Cross is not a central organization in the capital, in Tallinn. Our strength lies in the network of national societies, or of local societies rather. Currently, we have 16 societies across Estonia, which means that we are represented in each region and we are able to reach the people where they are in need. Since September, we have also created the regional level, which combines the work of the societies into one big whole. This helps us to respond quickly in crisis with scarce resources as well, at the same time making sure that there is close collaboration with the authorities that are responsible for the population and collaboration with other partners as well. This structure means the Red Cross is able to be flexible and local, but at the same time also a strategic and national partner. Our activities in peacetime. In peacetime, the role of the Estonian Red Cross is to help where the more vulnerable parts, members of the society need support and where communities need coherence. We provide home care and social transport, and we take food parcels and necessities to the most vulnerable people. For the young people and for children, we provide secure and safe development by organizing camps and hobby education. One of the well-known sectors that we deal in is training courses in first aid and psychological first aid, and we reach thousands of people with these every year. In addition to that, in recent years, we have worked a lot with the activities that support the integration of Ukrainian refugees by offering language courses, counseling and community support to them. At the same time, we are promoting health and welfare in communities, increasing people's readiness, preparedness and subsistence. Our volunteers are the people in charge of all that. Their training and coordination is the foundation of the activities of the Red Cross. When we talk about the experiences of the Estonian Red Cross in crisis, then our role is not limited to the Estonian borders. We have been there both in local emergencies and also in international crisis. One of the biggest big tasks after the restoration of independence was yesterday, 31 years ago, with the sinking of the ferry Estonia, the disaster where we supported the victims' relatives together with the Finnish and Swedish Red Cross by offering the relatives mental health support. It was a time when the society as a whole needed help with coping with grief and loss. At the same time, we have helped the victims of the German occupation together with the National Government Office. We supported them with the formulation of documents and applying for compensation. This was our effort to restore historical justice. Internationally, the Estonian Red Cross has responded and sent humanitarian aid to Chechnya, to Afghanistan, Croatia, Turkey, Libya, Morocco, Poland, and many other centers of crisis. This shows that a small country and a small national society can also be part of global assistance mechanisms. During the COVID-19 crisis, the role of the Estonian Red Cross was very specific and tangible. Invited by the state and immediately, our volunteers went to the harbors, to the ports, to the airport in order to measure the body temperature of those that arrive and to also provide information on the health 24 hours a day, 17 days in a row. It was the first big collaboration experience between the state and the volunteers in this crisis. We also initiated the distribution of masks. In the first wave, we transported more than 80,000 masks to the people, and we organized extensive information campaign on the need to use the masks. Together with the Estonian mask producers, we were able to help everyone in the country. We didn't forget the frontline workers either, those hospital employees who had been infected with the coronavirus, and we supported them financially by organizing a donation campaign. It was the society's way of expressing thanks to those who bore the hardest burden. In addition to that, we helped out at the vaccination centers across Estonia, supported the local governments, and also offered people support through the emergency hotline of the Estonian Red Cross. When the Ukrainian large-scale war broke out, the Estonian Red Cross responded immediately, both in Estonia and also across the border. First of all, we organized the national donation campaign of collecting objects and food. Thanks to the support of the Estonian people and companies, we sent 18 huge lorries of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. Pillows, blankets, hygiene supplies, bed linen, and food that could be eaten straight away. In Estonia, we gathered as donations the necessities, and we distributed more than 33,000 necessities to the refugees that had already arrived. In terms of finances, we collected and we forwarded finances to the Ukrainian Red Cross to the amount of nearly 4 million euros, and with that they managed to alleviate food scarcity in eastern and southern part of Ukraine. Lugansk hospital's work was continued in a new location, and also the Kiev hospital that had been damaged in the attacks was helped to restore its activities and permanent power supply, and also the work of other hospitals and rehabilitation centers was assisted. People's presence in Estonia was equally important. Our volunteers helped out in accommodation centers with registering people, testing people, handing out supplies, and restoring family relationships, and filling out different documents that needed to be filled out. We also offered psychosocial support to more than 6,500 people, both in centers, in Red Cross representations, and also on a ship called Tallink Isabella, which was the state's temporary solution for accommodating refugees. A special example, the pharmacy service, and we funded that with the donations money, and together with the Estonian Pharmacists Association, we helped open a temporary pharmacy in each temporary accommodation of the refugees in the hotel called Zingel and on the ferry called Tallink Isabella, where the pharmacists handed out free pharmaceuticals and advised those people in need. Nearly 3,600 people got professional assistance, and also more than 9,000 pharmaceutical parcels were handed out. Together with the food chain Rimi, we carried out the CVA programs. We handed out 50 euro vouchers to nearly 2,000 people. Together with the pharmacy chain Apotheka, we gave the 120 euro voucher to 820 people who had chronic disease. And they could use this voucher in the pharmacy to buy necessities and pharmaceuticals. And we handed out, and we're still handing out, the vouchers to our recycling shop in order to help refugees choose clothes for themselves, buy clothes for themselves, and home supplies that they really need. Our activities are not only limited to responding in order for the Estonian Red Cross to be a really strong partner for the state and the community. So we have set down clear focus areas for us. When we look at the years ahead of us, then in our Estonian Red Cross, we have chosen the more important focus areas. First, of course, first aid. We aim to improve the populations and partners' readiness so that everybody at a critical moment would be able to take action and save a life. Secondly, mental health and psychosocial support, MHPSS. In crisis, physical survival is not only important, but also people's mental ability to keep going. And this is why we improve the MHPSS capacity and offer support where the crisis hits people the hardest. Thirdly, humanitarian assistance. We are ready to respond quickly, both in local emergencies and also in international crises, making sure that the assistance reaches the right people at the right time, including international humanitarian law. Our role is to raise awareness, organize training courses, and to remind people that even in times of war, there are rules that apply that protect the most vulnerable people. And of course, the main focus on volunteering as well. Our backbone is the national network of volunteers, and we want to both expand it and also to strengthen it, because it is the volunteers that help take the assistance of the Red Cross to each community and to each crisis. First aid is the most visible and the best known area of the Estonian Red Cross, but this is also our strategic contribution to the population protection. Together with the Ministry of Social Affairs, we organize first aid training courses in schools and kindergartens, and we raise the whole population's first aid skills. In addition to that, we develop the first aid trainers network in order to reach even more people across Estonia. Our training capacity stretches from the ordinary citizens to the specialized units. For example, the Estonian Red Cross crisis team, crisis assistance team, receives a basic training on the emergency pre-hospital assistance, and this is a 160-hour training course, and this course gives the volunteers professional readiness to help the system that operates before the hospital in Estonia, offering assistance in times of crisis and at public events when the assistance from the professionals is either delayed or is overburdened. We have also been helping out at bigger public events, be the first aid providers and psychological first aid providers. And last year, we issued first aid handbooks which help standardize and spread best practice on first aid, both to the ones that train others and also to the inhabitants of an area. Our competence is part of the national system. We contributed to the training course of population protection organized at the Estonian Academy of Security Sciences, and we participate at national training courses and conferences. In addition to that, we belong to the First Aid Education Network and collaborate with the International First Aid Attestation and Global First Aid Reference Center, which makes sure that our work is aligned with international standards. Together with the North Estonia Medical Center, Tartu University Hospital, Estonian cities and municipalities association, rescue board and other partners, we have drawn up a plan how to quickly improve the population's life-saving skills in times of crisis. We know from the Ukrainian experience how important it is to make sure that everybody is able to take action in crisis, because we cannot rely on professional help all the time. This plan needs follow-up activities, and we have forwarded our proposals to the Ministry of Social Affairs. It is ordered to make sure that this is not a single solution, but rather a systematic and consistent work to improve the population's readiness. And finally, our activities are framed by the strategic partnership agreement that we signed with the Ministry of Social Affairs that confirms that first aid as a sector is the joint priority of the Estonian Red Cross and the state. We are interested in making sure that the knowledge of first aid and the skills of first aid reach every household in Estonia. As mental health and psychosocial support in recent years has become one of the most rapidly developing areas of the Estonian Red Cross. Currently, we have nearly 300 trained volunteers across Estonia who provide support both in crisis and also daily in communities. We have developed a trauma-conscious psychological first aid training course that lasts for 3 days, and ever since spring 2022, we have offered that course to nearly 1,000 people already, including the Ukrainian refugees, but also the volunteers and specialists of other organizations. For example, that of the Lifeline, the Defense League, the Social Insurance Board, Women's Voluntary Defense Organization, the Emergency Response Center, the municipal police officers of the Police and Border Guard Board, and the maritime rescue personnel. In addition to the training courses, we create and we distribute self-help materials for the young people and for the adults. We support the mental well-being of the communities, and we work closely with the healthcare and social specialists. One of the unique parts of the work that we do is the restoring family links. And earlier we heard about it from the representative of the ICRC, and we provide that service together with ICRC. This helps get those members of the family back together whose contact has been lost due to the armed conflicts, natural disasters, or migration. Currently, this is especially topical with the Ukrainian refugees, but we have offered this service also to the victims of the Second World War and Stalinist repressions when formulating documents of the victims and also identifying graves. We have also tested innovative approaches, for example, the pilot project of a calm down stop together with the Police and Border Guard Board. For the Estonian Red Cross, this pilot project was very important because we did it together with the Police and Border Guard Board, and this showed that psychosocial support is not only necessary in crisis situations, but it is necessary in daily life, for example, in traffic. Emotions and stress affect our behavior directly, and therefore they affect the security of the whole society. If a person understands the reasons behind their responses and learns to manage them, it will be much more likely that in the future they will be calmer and more responsible in their behavior. Thank you so much to the Police and Border Guard Board for getting us on board in this unique initiative. To sum up, MHPSS is not only crisis assistance, but it is also prevention, strengthening communities, and also improving people's resilience. We aim to make sure that in times of crisis, everybody doesn't only have the physical support, but also mental support provided to them.
Eesti Punase Risti jaoks
For the Estonian Red Cross, humanitarian assistance is a central focus where we bring together international experience and partners. Currently, we have our own crisis supplies, individual hygiene kits for women, men, and infants a large quantity of throws and sleep kits with camp beds, and these allow us to provide initial aid already in Estonia before the international mechanisms start to work. The volumes are not large, but we are working towards making sure that if necessary, we can bring more aid in. At the same time, we are actively developing our cash and voucher assistance so that in a crisis situation, we would be able to support people fast and sustainably, allowing them to choose what they need the most. At the same time, we are continuing a close cooperation and exchange of experience with the Red Cross national societies with neighboring countries, and we are planning to start promoting international humanitarian law values more actively. This means training, raising awareness, and initiatives that remind us that during wars and crises, there are still limits that protect the most vulnerable. In addition, we support the humanitarian assistance through partners' donations and communities' donations. We have long-term cooperation with the retail chain Rimi. Donations are collected for Estonian Red Cross. We assemble them together with the local municipalities, social departments, food and hygiene kits, school supplies, and other staples. Municipalities help us determine the targets and to organize the handover. Increasing preparedness for us means that the Estonian Red Cross is not limited only to response, but is systemically involved in prevention and development of cooperation. We actively participate in international and national trainings and exercises, and the Red Cross National Society trainings have enhanced our knowledge and skills regarding rescue work and evacuation, involvement of communities, assessing initial needs, ensuring safety and also inclusion and gender equality. In Estonia, we are guest members in regional crisis committees, but our goal is to become a permanent member to make sure that we have an overview of the situation, can respond quicker, and we can participate in the decision-making processes. Our added value is that we contribute through the prism of humanitarian values, bringing the aspect and the viewpoints of the most vulnerable into the discussions. An important step in improving preparedness is the KAPP project funded by the EU in cooperation with Estonia, Latvia, Lithuanian Red Cross, IFRC, and the rescue services of the three countries. The project is aimed at raising crisis preparedness in the Baltics, strengthening first aid, psychological support, and humanitarian assistance capacity by establishing clear cross-border cooperation framework. This means joint trainings, exercises, drills, and sharing experience so that together we would be prepared for any type of crisis. And we are also developing a humanitarian assistance logistics platform that makes sure that we can effectively manage and coordinate the supplies. And we can learn a lot from international partners here. For example, in the summer, we visited the logistics center and supply management software of Croatia. This year, we are carrying out the International Humanitarian Assistance Desktop exercise, Aid Bridge Estonia 2025, which we are organizing in cooperation with the ICRC, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Rescue Board. This is geared towards testing whether and how in Estonia we launch the distribution of humanitarian aid. We allocate roles and responsibility, and how we receive international assistance also through UCPM. At the same time, we see that in order to strengthen preparedness, we also need legal clarity. We have made our proposals to the draft of the civil crisis and state protection law because this would provide the authorities with foundation of legal certainty to involve us in information exchange and in trainings. Estonian Red Cross is not just an NGO, but a humanitarian partner for the state defined by international law, whose role during crises and conflicts is to act next to the state. And reflecting this in the Civil Crisis and State Protection Act is essential to provide legal clarity and establish a secure foundation for cooperation and implementation of resources in a crisis. Volunteers are the core of the Estonian Red Cross and our main direction of activities. To make sure that their contribution during crisis is efficient and reliable, we have focused on systemic development of volunteers. First of all, we focus on training and providing the supplies to make sure that every volunteer has the necessary skill set and the safety gear. Also, we are developing a web platform that would connect the database and rapid notification and would allow to include people quickly in a crisis. And we also are creating a system to involve the flash volunteers quickly, so that those who are not permanently connected would also be able to contribute in a structured and safe way during a crisis. My background is also in public sector, so I understand how important the dialogue with volunteers is and their timely inclusion as well. But it's important to understand that trainings alone are not enough. Volunteers need experience and practice on an ongoing basis, which can be provided through regular implementation. And this we can only do in cooperation with partners, by establishing clear cooperation agreements that allow the volunteers to act also during peacetime at large-scale events in communities, during exercises and partner organization support missions. Also, we are developing operational volunteer teams that have special training to respond in more complicated situations, starting from first aid and psychological support to search and rescue activities and carrying out evacuations. Our goal is that a Red Cross volunteer would be trained, would have the necessary equipment, and have constant experience strengthening civic protection in Estonia overall. The Estonian Red Cross is not standing still. We are constantly developing solutions that help fulfill the actual needs of society and to strengthen the state's crisis preparedness. One of the more important initiatives is the Estonian Red Cross social ambulance service, and according to the emergency center, close to 30% of the calls to the emergency number 112 are related to situations where there's no need for medical or law enforcement intervention. This means tens of thousands of cases a year where the best solution would be human-centered social intervention. For example, an elderly person falls at home who cannot get up anymore, or the person in crisis needs a calming presence and practical support, not emergency medical assistance. Our objective is to respond to such cases by providing psychosocial crisis assistance, social support, and practical assistance. On the basis of data from the Emergency Response Center and other partners, the total cost for the public sector across such cases might be close to 14 million euros. Choosing a response in the best way at the right time makes the system more efficient, reduces costs and supports people in a dignified manner. At the same time, in our organization, we have taken steps to increase preparedness even more. As I mentioned, from September, we have regional managers whose task it is to make sure that the strategic cooperation in regions takes place and response is available where assistance is needed. This also creates clarity and certainty for volunteers that their contribution is systemically tied to national and local partners. For this, we require clear cooperation agreements with the state and partner institutions so that it would be possible to plan the volunteer and other resources in a transparent, wise and long-term fashion. To finish, I would like to emphasize a strategic bottleneck. Estonia is the only Baltic state where the role of the Red Cross is not regulated by law. We lack legal framework that would provide clearly for our mandate, main values and the role as a humanitarian partner for the state. Would also bring together our international cooperation and the national role in civil protection. The Estonian Red Cross is not just a non-profit like any other, but a humanitarian partner determined in international law. International humanitarian law prescribes that the state supports its Red Cross, and for that reason the Estonian legal space also needs to clearly define the Red Cross's mandate and role. It's not just a formality. The legal act gives clarity to all partners and establishes a foundation for systemic cooperation. Experience in Ukraine has closely shown that in crisis, assistance reaches people only if the state and the National Red Cross work closely together in a coordinated way. Where the partnership is efficient, assistance is transparent, fast, and actually corresponds to people's needs. In Estonia, we still have time to shape a systemic functioning preparedness model before the next crisis tests us. This requires conscious investment into cooperation, agreements and practices. Already now, not at the outbreak of a crisis. The strongest resistance is created where the state communities and international partners are connected into one integral whole. The Red Cross is, of course, the bridge here. We are rooted in communities. We work with national institutions and have access to international network. Only in partnership with the state can the Red Cross fully deliver on its mandate. This is the only way we can make sure that in any crisis, Estonian people will have fast, vital and reliable assistance available. I would like to thank everybody who has shared their ideas, knowledge and thoughts with us today. I would like to sincerely thank all our participants online and here in the hall. And I would extend my gratitude to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who has given us the opportunity to organize the Information Day here in Jan Poiska Hall. Your support and cooperation is very important to us. And I would like to thank the team of the Estonian Red Cross who helped organize today's event. Thank you very much. And to finish with, I would like to emphasize that Estonia's readiness and preparedness for crisis is tied to bringing together communities, the state and the Red Cross into one whole. Preparedness for crisis does not come about on its own. It's a conscious choice. Together we can make sure that in the next crisis, no one in Estonia will remain without assistance. I wish everybody inspiring discussions outside this hall and continued cooperation. Thank you very much.
Aga külalised saalis on võimalik nautida suupiste
Guests in the hall, some snacks are served in the lobby,
tutvuda Ukraina Punase
and
Risti pildinäitusega.
also the Ukrainian Red Cross exhibition is also still up. Thank you.